request our first presenter, Mr. Mohammad Qasim Khan, to present his paper on method of piecing together to promote uniformity of halal standards. Mr. Qasim Khan, please.
Have the remote. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah and good morning, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm presenting the following topic, which is very important for to uniform the halal standards in the current age. And the topic is method of piecing together talfiq to promote uniformity of halal standards. We are all right. So the topic is the method of piecing together to promote uniformity of halal standards. The concept of talfiq is a concept which is used in the Islamic fiqh, Islamic jurisprudence. And today we will try to combine the two concepts. The concept of talfiq is, we are very much familiar with the concept of taqleed. Taqleed is to imitate, to follow someone, a scholar in a specific school of thought, the Hanafi, the Maliki, Shafi, and the Hanbali fiqh. So now we will try to define the concept of talfiq. Talfiq means to put something together, to join together or to combine them in a given manner. Talfiq is a concept which is not very familiar in the classical Islamic literature. In the classical Islamic literature, talfiq is founded, the concept is there, but the term is not there. The concept of talfiq is inculcated and integrated with terms like indamma, to include, jama'a, to join, and tawfiq, to harmonize the concepts. So we have two different school of thoughts. The one is in favor of talfiq, the other is not in favor of it and declares it as invalid. So basically, taqleed, if you can see on the projector, taqleed is to follow one specific school of thought. It may be any, and it also influences the economy of a country. For example, the state madhab of Pakistan is Hanafi. The state madhab of Jordan is Shafi'i. The state madhab of Saudi Arabia is Hanbali. So how to join and combine the other schools of thought and their opinions in order to create one uniformal formula for the halal standards. And the second concept is talfiq, which I will try to elaborate in this presentation. Talfiq means to merge, to piece together, and to harmonize. Another concept of talfiq is also the tawfiq. Some people talk about tawfiq and not about talfiq. Tawfiq is to harmonize, because when you combine two opinions, you will have a third opinion. So the third opinion may lead to permissibility of something or to impermissibility. I will try to apply this theory into some practical examples so you may understand it very well. So opinion of one school of thought about a specific idea or a specific issue within the halal industry, within the halal economy or halal non-food industry, and a second opinion of a specific issue. If you harmonize them and connect them, you will have a third opinion, which is called the 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗵. So some scholars, they talk about it is not allowed to shopping between different schools of thought, to shop or to shuffle, it is disallowed. And so, but the idea is not to shop between different schools of thought. The idea is to remain specific, to follow one school of thought, to imitate it, and to create a discipline. So the purpose of this research is we have not seen instances of talfiq in the sphere of halal slaughter, food and beverage. In halal slaughter, they are the main guidance we get from the Quran, but there are different schools of thought who have their own ideas on the halal food products and halal non-food products. When we talk about halal non-food industry, we talk about halal cosmetics, halal tourism, halal entertainment, halal economy. Halal, for a layman, I would like to elaborate something about halal. When we talk about halal, halal doesn't mean something to eat which is permissible and impermissible anymore. It is a general and a global concept. Halal means that it is also in non-food industry. So the cosmetics, the products, the ingredients which are put in the cosmetics, and also in the halal tourism, the halal entertainment. So we need to uniform this, because we are living in a globalization, we're living in a global world, so we need to unify many concepts, or to minimize the differences. So another problem which was there, for what we need to research on, was there is no consensus on standards. In a way, we follow talfiq, but we are not aware of it. We do taqleed of a specific school of thought, but we are not aware of it. So another thing is, so there is no consensus on standards. And another problem which arises is that when a specific Islamic country wishes to trade with other Islamic nations to embrace different halal standards, this hinders foreign business relations. So a method of selecting for purposes of standardization is the fiqh method of piecing together of certain aspects of the rulings of different schools or jurists with a view to combine them into a unified formula. That is the main general idea of the talfiq. And now we'll try to have some different opinions on it. So talfiq differs from takhayyur. Takhayyur means you need to follow one opinion, one specific ruling. And talfiq means to differ. So in the letter, the concept of takhayyur, in that the letter selects the ruling of a different madhab from that of one's own, whereas talfiq attempts to combine certain parts of different rulings and interpretations of different madhabs by individual scholars outside the scholastic frame of work into a single formula for the purpose of standardization. The novelty aspects of talfiq strike a closer note with ijtihad more than taqleed. The concept of talfiq is more a matter of ijtihad, intellectual reasoning, which is done by a mujtahid, a scholar. So it is in taqleed, ijtihad is also used by a mujtahid. So for talfiq, in this time, current age, talfiq has much more to do with the concept of ijtihad. Is a more ijtihad matter. So it is indeed a jurisprudential principle suggestion that the jurist adhering to a particular school of thought should abandon the jurisprudence of that school on one particular matter and adopt a competing point of view offered by another scholar if the latter is more practical and responds most to the need of the time. So taking an example now, taking a financial concept on Sharia banking from a given school of thought and combining it with another idea from a different school of thought while leaving behind other ideas from similar schools is an example of talfiq in the Sharia banking system. So this leads to uniformity of the halal standards within the Sharia banking system. So another example is, will a judge admit the testimony of a sinful man, of a sinful witness, which is called fasiq, who testifies against an absent person? He may do so by way of talfiq. The Shafi'i school of thought, according to them, it is not accepted. The testimony of fasiq is not accepted, but they allow ruling in absentia, whereas the Hanafi do not allow the ruling in absentia, but allow the testimony of a fasiq, combining the two. So they allow it, in the Hanafi it is allowed, and the Shawafi' they disallow it. So combining the two positions, the judge may allow the testimony. So this is not a third, or it is a third opinion, but in fact it is following the Hanafi school of thought. So this is called tawfiq, which is to harmonize them and not creating a different opinion. So another example is that how we apply talfiq is taking murabaha's legality from the Shafi'i school of thought. Murabaha and mudaraba are concepts of the economic system, the banking system. So taking murabaha's legality from the Shafi'i school of thought, leaving behind the concept of option, and taking the legality of binding promise from the Maliki school, leaving behind the murabaha. So this concept of leaving behind the murabaha from the Maliki school and adopting it from the Shawafi' is called a concept of talfiq within this Sharia banking system. So usually we have fiqh academies where industrialists, scholars, students, business community, traders are educated in the modern concepts of fiqh, like talfiq, and the classical concept of tawfiq. So the current fiqh academies have embraced talfiq and are using the concept to solve various legal issues. The halal should be understood it's not only anymore a matter or a subject of science for scholars or students. We also educate at Minhaj University Lahore through Minhaj Halal Pakistan, the industrialists, the managers, the business community, the traders. So a common man, a layman should also be educated in these halal standards. And as a Muslim, it is a duty of everyone to get educated in these halal concepts. For instance, the legal issues related to the halal banking system can easily be solved through talfiq, as I've given prior examples. This involves in confirming to the legal teachings of various schools of thoughts to give a broader perspective on this issue. So when we talk about standardization of and uniformity in halal, we talk about to make use of the madhab, the fiqh madhab, the science, the sharia, and the legal systems, the legal laws. So we have to harmonize not only the concepts within one specific school of thought, but we need to harmonize also science. We need to make use of science. We need to make use of madhab. We need to make use of the sharia, the Islamic sharia. The Islamic sharia is for the jurists, the fiqh scholars. The science is for the scientists, and the concept of madhab is for the jurists, the fuqaha. So in this, you see a great diversity of great scholars and great intellectuals from different disciplines. So finally, we need to develop one universal halal standard, since using various principles has posed significant problems to the halal industry. When developing uniform halal standards, some factors should be considered, as I said, like science, madhab, the industry, the sharia, and the concept of ummah. As one nation we are living with diversity. So using talfiq can thus help improve business relations in the halal industry. However, it must be exercised by jurists who respect the sharia law and are capable of doing ijtihad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. It was a very informative presentation, and you elaborated the concept of the fleek very well. So before moving on to our next presenter, Dr. Lisa, she have already joined us on Zoom. So let's move on to her keynote speech. So Ms. Dr. Lisa, over to you.
Well, thank you so much to the chair, and also thank you to the conference organisers and chair. The first of these advantages is many great traditions for knowledge and wisdom. The relevance of these traditions and cultural laws is sometimes displayed by recent events. And if I may draw upon an example from my own country of Australia, many of you will know we face annual terrible bushfires, which are growing year on in size and destructiveness. And until recently, the traditional laws of our Indigenous people in relation to fire management techniques have not been utilised to their fullest effect. Obviously, traditional Indigenous law has much to teach us about solutions to our current problems. The second advantage of which I want to speak is the enormous capacity of humans to innovate. That extraordinary capacity is speeding up rather than slowing down. And in the past decade, we've seen much innovation. My hope is that this conference and this session in particular will bring together these two things, these two advantages. Traditional values which underpin Islamic finance, and innovation, new ideas in the form of technologies like fintech, techniques, and also new ideas in analysing current problems. And that together, these new concepts and techniques will enhance older traditions. Islamic finance, of course, has the benefit of drawing
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lisa. So let's move on to the next presentation. So I would request Dr. Ghulam Ghaus to please present his paper on performance of Islamic versus conventional bank in OIC countries, resilience and recovery during COVID-19. So please, Dr. Ghulam.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Ghulam Ghaus and going to present the performance of Islamic and conventional banks, specifically for OIC countries. And my co-author, basically he is not a co-author, I am a co-author, Dr. Ishaq Bhatti from La Trobe University, Australia. As we know that the banking sector is a backbone of financial sector of any country, and financial sector is very important for the growth of any economy. So that is why it is very important to see the impacts of the ongoing pandemic on the performance of banking sector specifically. There are two types of banking sector which are working in some Islamic countries. conventional banking and Islamic banking sectors. They both have their different characteristics. So there is a need to compare the performance of these two sectors specifically in COVID-19. So I'm going on my objective to reduce the time. So these are the objectives to see the impact of the performance of these banks in COVID-19 and to find out the breaks due to the COVID-19. Basically, there is a shock and there is a break due to COVID-19. As we know that the growth of the every country is slowed down in the COVID-19 time period. So we took some, selected some banks which are purely Islamic. We are not going to include that banks which are working under the shade of conventional banks. Like in Pakistan, we have Islamic bank are also conventional banks, but the conventional banks running the branches of their Islamic banks, we are not going to include that one. We include only the pure Islamic banks from these countries. And we took the data on stock prices of that banks, and they are listed in their top indexes of the country stock markets. So basically, for that, this is the methodology which we have used to find out the performance of banking sector. There is a basically HC performance index we develop on the basis of stock prices and open, close, high and low prices. When you download the data from stock market, there are 4 types of prices which are given on the stock market board. So it is the equal weighted average of all these prices, close price, and basically there are 4 prices and we have divided 4 by 4. That is why they have equal weights. And we find out the breaks through Chow break test, which is very well known to find out the breaks of. We also imply the structural break testing, which is known as IIS, which is, you can say that it is a newly developed technique by Henry, which is known as impulse indicator situation. So we have to introduce the dummies on the every value of the variable, then find out the break. When there is a change in the coefficient, there is significant change, it means there is a break. So we to find out the volatility, we employ the Garch model, and there are 2 equations of Garch model, mean equation and the variance equation. And GJR, basically there is a symmetry. When there is an unusual event, it means there is a unusual event creates volatility, and these volatility makes a clustering. So the volatility clustering makes a asymmetric behavior. So this asymmetric behavior cannot capture through Garch model. That is why the GGR Garch is used. So for the sake of resilience recovery and for that purpose, we use maximum drawdown, which is a reaction of the performance indexes on COVID-19, and CARP, basically cumulative annual returns, and CR, Kalmar ratio, is a recovery indicators of prices. So these are the banks. We have selected banks from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, UAE, and Turkey. So now you can see there is a visualization of 2 banking sectors, and we make an index for Islamic and conventional banks. You can see that there is a break after COVID-19. There is a huge, you can say that the downward shifting of the performance indexes after the COVID-19. It means that there is a huge impact of COVID-19 on the performance of these banking sectors. So this line, basically these are the graphs of return series of the performance indexes. We can see that there is a downward volatility shifting on both sides. So these are the results of structure break. We can see that all the structure breaks are significant on the time of COVID-19. So these are the results of basically we have divided the data into pre-COVID and COVID period for the sake of understanding is there a significant difference between the results of COVID-19 period and before COVID-19 period. It is a pre-COVID-19 period results where we can see that basically the maximum DD is a maximum drawdown, which shows that how much we are going to reduce the value. Basically, there is and CAR shows cumulative annual returns, and CR is a Kalmar ratio. So the maximum drawdown is a difference between the lowest value and the highest value. So the values are in negative. For the sake of convenience, we just eliminate the signs, negative signs. So in Pakistan, you can see that it's around 1 point something. On average, there is a drawdown percentage of the return series and so on. But the Kalmar ratio is a strength of the performance indexes. Okay, this is a situation of Islamic banks before COVID-19 period. We can see that there are averages of all the indexes in Pakistan. We can see that it's around 28 point something, and Kalmar ratio is 0.3616, and the Kalmar ratio, which is in positive, it means that there is if the Kalmar ratio value is higher than the other one, it means that it is a strength of the performance index. Now these are the graphs. We can see that the red bars, basically blue bars for the conventional banks and the green bars for the Islamic banks. Now these are the maximum drawdowns. We can see that pre-COVID period, the Islamic banks had less drawdown as compared to the conventional banks before COVID-19 period. Same is the case with Kalmar ratio. We can see that the Islamic banks have stronger Kalmar ratio as compared to the conventional banks. These are the result of COVID period. Let's go on the graphs. Now you can see that the Islamic banks have more drawdown as compared to the conventional banks. It might be because the conventional banks are working on the interest, and interest is 100% sure. You have to collect the interest from the person you can say that a person is taking a loan from a bank, he has to pay. But in Islamic bank, they are working on the profit and sharing loss statement. That is why they face the losses in the banking sector also. Now you can see that the Kalmar ratio of the Islamic bank is also weaker as compared to the commercial banks. Now basically, Islamic banking sector, for the sake of better, you can say that the better performance for the flexibility of that events or unusual events, so we have to make some innovation in the process of Islamic banking sectors. That innovations create some less sensitivity for the indexes, because if we are working on the same pattern, then we cannot observe that type of shocks. Basically, the internal, external shocks are always unpredictable. So we have to make such type of policy which can be effective to handle the effect of that type of shocks. Okay, I think that's enough for my side.
Thank you, Dr. Ghulam Ghaus. It was very thought-provoking and informative comparison between Islamic and conventional bank. So now moving on to our next presentation, I would request our next presenter, Mr. 𝗠𝗶hi𝗵𝗵, to present his paper on impact of financial inclusion on financial stability, evidence from Pakistan. Over to Mr. 𝗠𝗶hi.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. I'm 𝗠𝗶hi𝗵𝗵, student of MS Banking and Finance. Now I am presenting impact of financial inclusion on financial stability, evidence from Pakistan. Financial development has to include financial inclusion as a key element. However, better access to financial product and financial services contribute to a decline in inequality and poverty. Researchers and policymakers, including both developed and developing countries, have emphasized on the idea of financial inclusion. In the both emerging and developed nations, easy access of formal financial institutions at household and in both emerging and developing nations, easier access to formal financial institutions at the household and corporation level contribute to reduction of poverty and advancement of economic conditions. Due to the global economic crisis of 2007 to 2009, researchers and policy experts from all over the world are now interested in the topic of financial stability because they have recognized the value of enhancing financial stability and reducing systematic financial risks through the strategic approach of self-sustaining development of nations. Financial inclusion, as defined by the State Bank of Pakistan, is the willingness of individuals and enterprises to access formal financial services to make use of the variety of high-quality payments, savings, credit, and insurance services that fulfill the requirements while respecting self-respect and fairness. Statement of the problem. Major issue of financial inclusion is financial exclusion. Financial exclusion is referred to the barrier to access mainstream financial products and services. Barriers may come from user and provider. User-side barriers are known as demand-side barriers, whereas provider barriers are known as supply-side barriers. Research questions. Do bank branches enhance financial stability in Pakistan? Do bank deposits promote financial stability in Pakistan? Does bank financing promote financial stability in Pakistan? Does financial leverage enhance financial stability in Pakistan? Does financial leverage has moderating role between financial inclusion and financial stability? Research objectives. To evaluate the impact of bank branches on financial stability, to examine the impact of bank deposits on stability, to determine the impact of bank financing on financial stability, to determine the impact of financial leverage on financial stability, to examine the moderating impact of financial leverage in relationship between financial inclusion and financial stability. Significance of the study. Financial inclusion is an important component of financial development that play an important part in poverty alleviation and inequality. It plays significant role in easy and safe availability of financial products and services in final user. It has significant importance for financial stability for the main objective of the study, that is explore the correlation of financial inclusion and financial stability. Hypothesis of the study. Bank branches enhance the financial stability of Pakistan. Second, bank deposit enhance the financial stability of Pakistan. Third, bank financing enhance financial stability of Pakistan. Fourth, financial leverage enhance the financial stability of Pakistan. Fifth, financial leverage moderate the correlation of financial inclusion and financial stability. Move on next. What is financial stability? Financial stability can be defined as condition in which financial system facilitate economic activity and capable of dissettlement, financial imbalance arising from the shocks. A sound and stable financial system can facilitate, not delay, economic performance and resolve the disparities of financial system that originate within or due to less aggressive and unanticipated activities. Financial inclusion. According to the State Bank of Pakistan, is the availability services of formal financial to individual and organization in the shape of payments, saving, credit creation, and insurance services. Theoretical framework. Independent variables, financial inclusion. Three proxies are used of independent variable: bank branches, bank deposit, and bank financing. Dependent variable is financial stability that is measured through Z-score, and moderating variable is financial leverage. Control variable is government expenditure, trade openness, and GDP per capita. Methodology of the research. Target population is Islamic banks. Islamic sample frame is 5 full-fledged Islamic and 10 Islamic branches of conventional bank. Secondary data is used to 2011 to 2020. Estimation technique is used FGLS. These are the sources of data, statistical model, and results and discussion. Results of panel data makes use of the several regression method, the random effect model, fixed effect model, and feasible generalized least square were utilized. The result of regression analysis utilizing fixed effect model, random effect techniques were used to estimate the influence of financial inclusion indicator to financial stability. These are the results. First, fixed effect, random effect, and last is feasible generalized least square. According to the table that is mentioned above, the influence of bank branches on the stability of financial system is negative and negligible. We reject H1 and accept the null hypothesis. Bank branches improve the Pakistan financial stability. Financial stability of Pakistani bank has a favorable and strong association with bank deposits. Hypothesis 2 is accepted. The results support the finding of Ranawati 2020 that has enhancing the role of intermediaries between savings and investment. Financial inclusion can promote financial stability. Bank financing has a positive and significant relation with financial stability. When banks financing increase the financial stability, we can accept hypothesis 3 that the bank financing enhance financial stability and reject the null hypothesis. Financial leverage as a moderator has a negative and significant role with financial stability. The stability of financial system declined as financial leverage crisis. Our findings are compared to the Rahman et al. 2022, who found that financial leverage is important for operation and funding the support as bank solvency and capacity to repay its loan. The study assumed that when banks outsource for increased return, then the chances of loss or insolvency increase due to the bad debts or non-performing loan. Conclusion. Despite the dearth of empirical study on financial inclusion, financial stability, and their causality, the research empirically investigate whether financial inclusion enhance financial stability using panel data from 2011 to 2020, while some earlier research identified a positive impact of financial inclusion on monetary policy stability. Other researchers found the negative or inconsistent consequences. The results of our study lend support that the notion that financial inclusion, as assessed by the three parameters including bank branches and bank deposits, bank financing, has sizable beneficial impact of financial stability as measured by Z-score. Limitation of the study. First limitation is associated with the main focus of the study, which is the Islamic banking sector of Pakistan. Second limitation is related to the period of the research, which is from 2011 to 2020. Third limitation is about variables, or this study used quantitative variables and ignore the behavioral variable like attitude and subjective norms. Fourth limitation is related to the data, which is annually secondary data used in the study. Fifth and last limitation of the results study could not generalize on other financial sector because the main focus of the research is Islamic banking sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Qazi, for your presentation. Now I would like to call our next presenter, Ms. Hadia Saqib Hashmi, to present his paper on knowledge, attitude, perception towards Islamic fintech, a case study of Pakistan. Ms. Hadia, over to you.
𝗶𝗵. I'm Hadia, presenting my paper of the topic Knowledge, Attitude and Perception Toward Islamic Fintech, a Case Study of Pakistan. First of all, there are different kinds of Islamic fintech. Definitions of Islamic fintech are being discussed in many papers. There are three components necessary, like first is technology, and second is financial services, and the third is customers. In technology, there are lots of things other than the just mobile usage. We have IoTs, blockchain, cloud computing, etc. And in financial services, lots of things. And in customer, like it is mostly based on customer-centric approach. And approximately in the world, there are more than 200 companies right now working on Islamic fintech, and the main hub of Islamic fintech is Malaysia. And the third point, and the Sharia compliance is a basic necessity of Islamic fintech. There are different authorities and regulatories, and that firm is known as Sharia compliant Islamic fintech, which is regulated and certified by the specific Sharia authority of that particular country. In Pakistan, we have a huge number of mobile penetration. So it means that the penetration of mobile is a symbol of good, fertile land for Islamic fintech. There are the asset of Islamic fintech is $49 billion in the world, which constitute the only 0.72% of the total fintech. That means Islamic fintech has to be brought up, and there is a lot more work to be done on Islamic fintech. The current studies which have been conducted in Pakistan on the Islamic fintech are only discussing the literature review, and these are just the qualitative studies, but I have tried to conduct a quantitative study which will be very useful to know the potential and the inclination of the stakeholders to bring the Islamic fintech and introduction of Islamic fintech in Pakistan. The basic research objective of my study is to know the level of people on the knowledge, attitude, and perception on Islamic fintech. The hypotheses are that there is a significant difference in knowledge, attitude, and perception across different gender groups, and there is a significant difference in knowledge, attitude, and perception across different age groups, and similarly, a significant difference in the educational levels as well. The currently conducted studies on Islamic fintech mostly discuss artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, and robotics. And we have that there is a huge growth, and it is expected to reach the $49 billion by 2023 in the world. And there is a study conducted lately which shows that there are people who are very less aware about the Islamic fintech, and people usually, when we are conducting our research, we don't find a huge group, and due to the nascence of the topic, people are not very aware about this. So that's why there is a very less level of information regarding Islamic fintech in Pakistan. The methodology, this is basically a quantitative type of study, and the design of my study is exploratory because I have, due to the essence of the topic, the main issues are explored, and the level of awareness is explored in the study. The research questionnaire basically divided into 3 categories: knowledge, attitude, and perception. The first portion contains the 13 questions, and the second one 11, and the third contains 12 questions. And it is based on a 5-point Likit scale, and the sampling technique. The sampling technique is basically a non-probability sampling technique, and which is used in mostly these kinds of topics. Moving fast. Okay. The sample size of my study is 204 respondents, and basically I chose this sample size according to the previous studies, where there are very less studies on it, and there were 150 respondents in one study and 50 respondents in another study. So that's why I was able to acquire the size of 204. I distributed in 250 people, from which I was able to acquire the response of 204 people. So the demographic result is that there were, I'm not reading this whole table, and just reading the gender, that there were 165 male in the respondents and 39 female in the respondents. And the most, the people from age group 26 to 25 were the most respondents in the questionnaire collection. These are the cross-tabulation results of my study. Summary of cross-tabulation results: knowledge. Like the gender, the men were very more aware than to the women. And if you see the age, people of the age group 25 to 35 and less than 25 were very aware of the Islamic fintech rather than the age group, the bigger age group, like 40 to 45 and above these. These were less aware. And if we see the attitude, we saw that in gender, the female were more inclined towards the fintech, Islamic fintech, because men are usually used and prefer to go the physical banking, and women are mostly staying at home in faraway areas, and they have to do something like sitting at home. So they were more showing positive attitude toward the Islamic fintech. And if we see the perception, the same, in the perception, the men were having a slightly positive attitude instead of women. And cloud computing and robo-advisory have low level of potential in Pakistan. This was according to the men. But the women, as I said, that they have to, they are more inclined towards the online banking. So they had a very positive perception of Islamic fintech. And the people belonging to the PhD group and the master's group, they were also very positive about the perception. So these are the results which show that in knowledge, the education had the significant result. The education was significant on the knowledge. Like if the education was changing, the level of knowledge was also changing. But that it was seen that the affiliation is only that factor which was affected in the 3 tests, like knowledge, attitude, and perception. It was affected in all the 3 categories. And affiliation consists like bankers, academia, my respondents were. So attitude, it was also seen like gender was affected, gender was significant, and the age was significant, education, age was insignificant, and affiliation was similarly significant. And in perception, we had education and affiliation insignificant. Just the conclusion, I'm moving due to the shortage of time. The introduction and conclusion is basically the same, that before launching any Islamic fintech companies, like as Pakistan has 27 Islamic fintech companies which are claiming to be Sharia compliant, but only 9 of them are certified and proper Sharia compliant companies. So there is the need of this effort, like proper certification companies should regulate the Sharia compliant companies and look into this matter. And there is a need that the Islamic fintech should be taught, and the training staffs of the bank should be trained, and as well as according to this, the cybercrime skills should be to handle the cybercrime. These skills should be taught to the future generations so they can handle all the bugs and all the difficulties in the promotion of Islamic fintech in Pakistan. And this is, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hadia. Well-balanced study on how technology supports and making Islamic banking and financial services more viable. So now I would request our last presenter, Dr. Akani, to present his paper on Economic System of Islam as a Panacea to Economic Recession in Nigeria. Over to Dr. Akani.
This conference is Dr. 𝗠𝗶H from 𝐈𝐬𝐥𝐚𝐦𝐢 University, Liberia. We are presenting a paper titled Economic System of Islam as a Panacea to Economic Recession in Nigeria. This conference, World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference, organized by 𝗍𝐈𝐬𝐥𝐚𝐦𝐢 University in Lahore, Pakistan. First and foremost, let's go through the introduction. The economics postulate that once an economic exhibits 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, it is technically in a recession. The negative growth of the economy implies output loss. Hence, jobs are lost with adverse implication. And this was experienced by Nigeria in the year 2016 to 2017. Concept of clarification of economic recession. According to Merriam-Webster dictionary, the word recession is defined as the period of reduced economic activities, while the National Bureau of Economic Research in Nigeria defined it as a significant decline in economic activity spread across the economy, lasting more than a few months. All these were experienced by Nigeria. But the Islamic perspective of economic recession, or the economic system of Islam, the Islamic economic system is a system that is completely run according to Islamic Sharia law, with the aim to have a just society where everyone should be honest. In other words, the Islamic economic system is the collection of rules, values, and standards of conduct that organize economic life and establish relations of production in an Islamic society. When we look at the economic recession that happened in Nigeria, the cause of this recession, according to J.M. Keynes, is the fall in aggregate demand. To him, a fall in consumption and aggregate demand for goods and services translates to a fall in output, and in output occasioned by a fall in revenue and manufacturing fare. So this is the cause of revelation according to J.M. Keynes. And the sign of the economic recession experienced by Nigeria, we have about 7 of it that we listed here, but for time frame we are going to mention just 2 or 3 out of it. One of it is a massive closure of companies and layoff of workers, especially in banks and financial institutions. And secondly, failure to pay workers' salaries by federal government and state governments, to the extent that 27 out of 36 states of the nation were unable to pay workers' salary. Even some of them were paying half salaries. And the price of fuel was increased from 70 to 165 and above during this recession period in Nigeria. Analysis of measures taken by Nigeria to end the recession in Nigeria. Those measures were short-term measures because they were unable to solve the problem of economic recession. And some of these measures were taken during the time of Babangida and the likes. The implementation of Food Law Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, by Babangida, and other measures were taken, but all these measures were unable to solve the problem of recession in Nigeria. That is why we deem it necessary that as a Muslim who Allah has blessed with the solution to many problems that human beings are facing in the Quran and hadith of the prophets, we consider it important and necessary for us to write a paper advising the Nigerian government and other nations who may be in need of it to take opportunity provided for us in the Quran by Allah to solve some of these economic recession problems that we are facing. Islam, there is no need to deny the fact that Islam makes provision for all things. The Islamic system has many subsystems contributing to the attainment of goals of the whole system. And one of the solutions, everlasting solution provided by Islam, about 4 or 5 that we are going to mention here, but for time frame we are going to mention about 2 or 3 of it. One of the solutions provided by Islam for solution to economic recession is agriculture. Agriculture in history is a central element of human history. As agricultural progress has been a crucial factor in worldwide social economic changes. So when we look at the Quran, we find many passages of the Quran calling the attention of human beings to take advantage of agricultural measures in solving the economic recession that they may be facing. When we go to Quran 2 verse 22, Allah says, "Allezi ja'ala lakum ba'da a'udhu minash shaitani rajim bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Allezi ja'ala lakum al-arda firashan was-samaa binaa'a wa anzala minas samaa'i maa'an fa kharaja bihi minas samarati rizqan lakum fala taj'alu lillahi andada." Meaning, who made the earth a resting place for you and the heaven a canopy, and who sent down rain from the cloud, then brings forth with it subsistence for you of the fruits. Therefore, do not set up rivals to Allah while you know. And another verse in Quran 80 verse 24 to 32, Allah says, "Ba'da a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Falyanzur al-insanu ila ta'amihi, anna sababna al-ma'a sabba, summa shaqaqna al-arda shaqqan fa'anbatna fiha habba wa inaba wa qadiba wa saytuna wa nakhla wa adaika ghuliba wa fakihatan wa habba wa ta'an lakum wa li'anamikum." Meaning, then let man look to his food, that we pour down the water, pouring it down in abundance. Then we cleave the earth, cleaving it asunder. Then we cause to grow therein the grain and grapes and clover and the olive and the palm and thick gardens and fruit and herbage, the provision for you and for your cattle. These 2 verses is calling the attention of human beings to agricultural engagement. If truly we want to be safe from economic recession, we need to engage in agriculture. just like Allah called our attention to the fact that He sent down the rain to wet the ground so that all the fruits and every other plant that we are planting on the ground, on the earth, will be germinating easily. This is a blessing from Allah to a human being, which we should take advantage of. So also the prophet also called our attention in his own saying when he said, "Mu'min Muslimi yagirishu garizan aw yasra'u zari'an fayakulu minhu tayran aw inzana bahimatun illa kana lahu bihi sadaqatan." Meaning there is none among the Muslims who plants a tree or sow seed and then a bird or a person or animal eat from it, but is regarded as a charitable gift for him. What you can deduce from this verses of the Quran is that being women should engage in agriculture is going to save us from the problem of economic recession. Another provision made by Islam is what we learn from the culture of saving for the rainy days, as used by Prophet Yusuf in the Quran. This ideological principle is traceable in the Quran to Prophet Yusuf in Egypt about 4,000 years ago. We find that in Quran 12 verse 43 to 48. So also, the avoidance of wasteful spending and extravagant life is one of the measures given by Islam to save us from recession. And when we look at what Nigeria experienced, it was due to our extravagant way of life. The type of government we are practicing is we spend too much on our government, our legislators, giving them too much salaries. We're supposed to make it a part-time engagement for our legislators to be doing the work, but the way we are spending on this is affecting the economy of Nigeria. And that's why Allah said in Quran 25 verse 67 that who, when they spend, neither extravagant nor stingy, but keep the balance between those two extremes. That is, we should try to be balanced, not too extravagant and not too stingy. Nigerians should take a lesson from these Quranic verses and hadith, and as such, we'll be able to save ourselves from the economic recession. In conclusion, Islam as a complete way of life has provided guidelines and rules for every sphere of life and society. A functioning economic system provided by Islam is vital for a healthy society. In this regard, this paper has called on Nigeria to address the myriad of challenges facing the country, especially by investing massively in agriculture, reducing the cost of governance at the center, and freeing resources that could be channeled into other critical projects in the state, thus guaranteeing its development. The legislative arms of government should be made less attractive and should be on part-time basis or reduced to a unicameral legislature, so that the huge amount used for salary of the legislators could be used for other developmental projects. In other words, the economic nature of Islam, which stipulates a frugal and moderate life, if fully and faithfully implemented, will go a long way in reducing the overall cost of governance in Nigeria, and such will be saved from economic recession at last. Thank you, and God bless.
I thank you. Hello. Okay. So I thank you all the presenters, presented a well-balanced orientation. Now I would request our session chair, Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi, to please come on the dais and give your valuable thoughts, comments, suggestions on the paper presented by our presenters.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. First thing, for any researcher and especially for the students, the important is whenever you write a paper or do any research, the important thing is try to read the latest available paper in that particular area in which you are interested to write. So because in the latest paper that covers all other papers, because each researcher goes to the literature review and ultimately finds the gap and tries to write his or her paper. So that paper also gives the limitations and at the end also recommendations, so you can learn from there. So paper here presented are very good papers, empirical, and you can learn a lot of things when you go through all these papers, and especially for the student, you must go through all the papers. Let me take the last paper first. Economic system of Islam as finisher to economic recession in Nigeria. So paper discusses historical background of the recession in the Nigeria, and starting from 1986 to 87 onward, and continue up to the 2017. And the paper says that despite all the efforts the government has made to overcome the problem of recession, but still there are a lot of challenges. And especially, for example, in food prices, there are a lot of increase in food prices, vulnerable banking systems, low tax revenue, high fiscal deficits, and government borrowing. So that is really a challenging situation in the country. And high government borrowing means less available for the private sector and crowding out the private investment. So what the paper from his presentation we learned that he is suggesting that the Islamic system is the solution for all these problems. He discussed in details one thing which is very important, that you see in the multi-racial society, for example, in Nigeria, the population is 50-50 almost, 50% Christian, 50% Muslims. And even if you see the countries with majority of the Muslims, so in minority countries, Muslims are more committed compared to the Muslims who are in majority in any country. But the problem is, it's no one country in Islamic, OIC countries, Islamic countries, no one is in real sense, a real spirit, implementing the any Islamic tool. So in real sense. So there is cosmetic changes there, but this is a real problem. But the problem with what he is suggesting, Nigeria, it's very difficult. Government is not favoring all these things. So good from the paper point of view, giving the suggestions, a recommendation, this is okay, fine, but the implementation is really challenging in case of Nigeria. The other paper, knowledge, attitude, and perception towards Islamic fintech, that can lead to financial stability. The paper discusses that about majority of the people, in case of Pakistan, about 100 million people, they are unbanked people like this. This is your data. And paper discusses that fintech or Islamic fintech enables financial inclusion, and financial inclusion leads to economic growth. Paper explores the knowledge, attitude, and perception of respondents regarding fintech. The paper is based on questionnaire, so they collected the perception of the respondents, and the majority of the respondents thereafter view that fintech has a great potential in case of Pakistan. And most of the respondents have positive perception about fintech. Women like more online banking. This fintech basically will lead to more employment and thus more people will be out of poverty. And recommendation is that's more Sharia compliant company may, there's a need to increase it. People should be trained in like that. One thing is, you might have discussed in your paper, because in presentation we cannot find it, that you might have make differentiations between what is fintech is a value neutral. So technology is technology. So you say that Islamic fintech. So only there will be in the applications that is the same technology you can apply to this way in another way. So however, I cannot get a point what is Islamic fintech or nothing. Only there will be the difference in applications, right? So that is, I think, need to be done. Impact of financial inclusion and financial stability by 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗵𝗨H𝗶𝐻𝗵. So study is an empirical study that tries to establish relationship between financial inclusion and the financial stability, especially of Islamic banking industry. He collected the data from 2011 to 2020, and paper discusses that financial inclusion leads to employment, and that leads to poverty reduction and income inequality reductions. Financial inclusion tools, bank branches, bank deposits, and bank finances are used as the indicator for the financial inclusion. And through the model, study finds that bank branches have no impact on the financial stability. The other two variables, like the bank deposits and bank financing, have positive relationship with the financial stability. And also paper discusses some limitations, because the paper says only Islamic banks, they were included in the samples and like that, and of course the data limitations. But this is all fine, but in your conclusion and all that, so because when you do some empirical study, so the researchers expect that you may recommend some things. So in your presentation, we couldn't find any recommendations. So that is very important whenever you make a study, so that need to be added. And this is a very important paper by Muhammad Qasim. This is the, what you call it, talfiq. It's really very important paper, and this is the first paper that I in any conference that some presenter is presented. And that is leading to uniformity of, or some standardization of the, related to the halal industry. And the paper basically discusses the, what are the challenges that we are facing in case of especially halal industry because of the non-standardizations. And we face a lot of difficulty in case of international, the trade. So therefore, the paper recommends that there is a need of standardization and to facilitate the trade and to understand it. So this is really a good paper. And I'm not, what you call it, उसको क्या कहते हैं, this is not my expertise in this particular area, especially the fiqh, that how you take some from one fiqh and take some other fiqh and ultimately whatever is, so you can apply all that and you make some standardizations. Although the fiqh academies are doing this one, especially Jeddah based, and that's doing a very good job. And we have a different fatwas, the fatwa on this. Okay, the other paper by Dr. 𝗠𝗶𝗵𝗵 Performance of Islamic Banks and Commercial Banks. The paper discusses basically the financial intermediary roles of the banking systems. And the focus of the paper is how this COVID-19 impacted or affected the Islamic banks and the non-Islamic banks, that is the conventional banks. And he used econometric model, and therefore, but he said that during the COVID-19, so there was a drop down in all the indexes in case of both the commercial, conventional and the both the Islamic banks. And using this model, the finding is that there is a break after COVID-19, so had a negative impact on the bank's performance, drop down in trend in case of all the indices. And then during the COVID, I couldn't get the point that one that, sorry, okay. Okay, thank you. But the only thing is, again, at the end of the conclusion, so there is a need of policy recommendations, right? So that is very important. So I'm sorry I have taken more time. So thank you. So the paper are really good papers. And again, what I repeat, the student must go through all the papers. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Professor Dr. 𝗍𝗵 𝗨𝗵. Thank you for your valuable thoughts. And I thank all the presenter for your presentation. So due to shortage of time, we cannot take question answer session because we need to start the next session on time. So I will request Professor Ehsan Rohwert to please come in front of the stage and distribute shields among our presenters. Professor Ehsan Rohwert, Dr. Mughis Shaukat, please come in front of the stage. Dr. Rizwan Malik, please. So please come in front of the stage. I would request our presenter and session chair. First of all, Dr. Ghulam Ghaus, so please take your shield. Professor Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi, please join them. Mr. Qazi Habib, please take your shield. Then I would request Mr. Qasim Khan, so please take your shield. Ms. Hadia, please come and take your shield. Now I would request our distinguished guest, Professor Ehsan Rohwert, to give shield to our session chair, Professor Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi. And now we have 15 minutes break, so please join us in the food market for tea. We'll have our next session on chart launching of Center for Halal Awareness, Research and Training at 11:15 in the main marquee in front of
Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, Minhaj University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, 𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore.
technical sessions and you are enriched with knowledge. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the plenary session of this international conference. I kindly request Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H 𝗵𝗷, the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, to kindly come and launch one of the most novel ideas of Minhaj University, Lahore. Please, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm really honored and glad to announce the launch of another unique research center at Minhaj University, Lahore, which will be, inshallah, addition to the feathers in the hat of Minhaj University, Lahore. As we all know, Pakistan is a country of 240 million people, and majority are Muslims. But still, halal industry, awareness of halal sector, halal products, we are very low in that area, whereas many other countries around the world, they have excelled much more than Pakistan. And certainly, when we talk about halal, in Pakistan, our brothers and sisters, most of the time, they think of food products, butchery, or such similar items. Whereas halal industry has expanded much more beyond the food products and items, such as cosmetics, tourism, non-food industry, medicine, logistic, packaging, lodging, and many more areas. Now today, the world is experiencing a growth, and this halal industry has become multi-trillions of dollars worth of industry today. As Pakistan, in terms of population, is one of the major stakeholders and countries in Muslim world, it was necessary, as Minhaj University Lahore is contributing through its research centers in many areas and fields of education and knowledge. At the moment, we have around 9 research centers contributing in the relevant industries. So it was necessary and important that Minhaj University also take initiative and expand in halal industry as well. So we have decided to establish a beautiful and progressive center which will be called CHART, Center of Halal Awareness, Research and Training, that would be launched here today in Minhaj University, Lahore, for the purpose of spreading and propagating awareness, training and research in the area and field of halal. So I congratulate all the stakeholders, members of Minhaj University, Lahore, Department of Center, the members and executive members of CHART, members of Minhaj Halal Certification, our worthy Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Deans, and relevant faculty members and all the guests here, because this is something which belongs to all of us and not just Minhaj University, Lahore. So we'll formally do the curtain revealing now for the launch of the center. Thank you very much.
I kindly request Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Vice Chancellor Minhaj University, to accompany Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H 𝗵𝗷 and Professor Dr. 𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝐷. Please welcome Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut, Mr. Ihsan Ovut, Dr. Mughis Shaukat, Raja Tahir Saab, Dr. Rizwan Malik, and Professor Shabbir Hussain Mesmi Saab from State Bank of Pakistan. It is a joint inauguration by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H 𝗵𝗷 and Mr. Ihsan Ovut of the CHART, the Center for Halal Awareness and Research and Training. Please a round of applause for this launching ceremony. Please raise your hands for the prayers. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Now it is time for the fourth keynote speech of this international conference. I kindly request Mr. Ihsan Ovut, Secretary General of the Standards and Metrology Institute for Islamic Sciences, SMIC from Turkey, to address the audience. Please, sir, welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, honorable participants, dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am honored to be here today with distinguished speakers and to deliver my speech in the ceremony of the permanent guests gathered to share their knowledge and experience in this important conference. At the outset, please allow me to extend my gratitude to the Minhaj University, Lahore, for their efforts and excellent arrangements made for the organization of this significant event and for their kind invitations. Distinguished participants, as we all aware, the global halal market has become a fast emerging sector which is receiving positive response and competitiveness in this new market for simultaneously increases by getting attention from several sectors. Every year we see new growth numbers showing how the halal industry has been shifting from niche to global spotlight, but while getting bigger, the need to make it a regulated or controlled sector in all its aspects also became inevitable. Whether through the direct government planning or private initiatives, halal industry is proven to need support of everyone in order to not to leave out the fundamental requirements and practices. Dear brothers and sisters, around 20 years ago, when we talked about halal, we would not see more than a logo on the product that is written in Arabic to make it seem more trustworthy. 2 decades ago, maybe it was acceptable due to lack of knowledge, but now people are more aware of what they are consuming. And now this simple logo does not convince us, and it certainly should not. Why? Because we all together witnessed how logo was abused and wrongfully used. During the last 20 years, with the technology, with more demand, and with more awareness, everything has changed, so did halal. But what did not change? It is the attempts of the great halal issue to some particular countries or political developments. Halal certification and use of halal logos are inevitable result of the development of the international trade and the diversification of halal food technologies. So we are strictly against of the undervaluing halal certification and use of halal logo by monopolizing it. Esteemed guests, before CIMIC, everyone was concerned due to the lack of the unified halal standards. But even after the establishment of CIMIC and publishing many OIC CIMIC standards on different halal issues, we still see some people complaining about not having common standards. This is not because they don't know the OIC CIMIC standards, but because of the national approach that necessitate the use of the guidelines or structures that belong to one single country. Distinguished brothers and sisters, when CIMIC was established in 2010, there were 13 members which ratified CIMIC statute, and totally, alhamdulillah, we are a unity of 47 countries today. CIMIC as an OIC institution gets its power from being an intergovernmental organization. In other words, CIMIC means governments, and our standards are developed by these government representatives. That is why to say that we do not have a common halal standards does not reflect the reality. OIC standards are professionally prepared by the experts of the topics in our technical committees, which also operate like an international organization. Standard development is not easy task. In order to produce new standards as well to keep the pace with new developments, CIMIC has been working in cooperation with the national standards bodies of member states and through its sustainable partnership with the various international regional organizations working in the field of standardization. To publish a standards from scratch make around 2 years of the hard work and devotion. Technical and Islamic experts come from 4 different continents to prepare these standards. So we do have unified standards published upon consensus of CIMIC members, which are OIC CIMIC standards. Distinguished participants, CIMIC has published 53 standards so far, and 20 of them are on halal topics. These standards vary from halal food additives, tourism, gelatin, management systems, supply chain, additives, and animal feed stuff, and medicine, etc. We are very proud to see that our standards are used all over the world. CIMIC currently has more than 30 ongoing standard projects, such as halal SPA or etc. in the tourism areas, and some medicine, some like vaccine, etc. CIMIC has an advanced system for preparing halal standards. Our standards are not product of one country. Our standards do not reflect fatwas of a group or a region. Our standards do not block trade activities among countries. On the contrary, CIMIC has been and will be the struggle for providing added value and trust to the halal products and services with its high-quality halal standards developed for production, certification, and accreditation. What we have learned during this period that real problem was not having unified halal standards, but the willingness of the countries to adapt and implement OICIMIC standards. Unfortunately, we observe that since national recognition is favorable for those particular countries, they continue using national halal standards as well known in these countries. However, we have also good examples showing commitment to their work in CIMIC by adopting our OICIMIC standards and embracing accreditation, our recognition. And Pakistan is also a esteemed member of CIMIC, which actively contributes to the standards development process with its technical and Islamic experts, as well as adapting OICIMIC standards and supporting our activities. So we are hopeful that these countries will set example of others and be part of OIC global halal quality infrastructure, which is the guarantor of the halal system with its solid structure. Please do not forget that halal is to serve for all humankind, and technical works related to the halal are open to everyone's contribution. For this purpose, I invite every one of you to support CIMIC so that we could be stronger and more professional. By opening this chart, I want to say some word about. Name is very excellent because everybody talk about halal, but halal is need awareness. If you don't have awareness, nowadays people don't know what is halal. We need programs about awareness for this one. Also, we need research. Many things, our products are technically preparing. We need scientific research on the additives, on the many issues. And also, we have to have training. We have to train each other, train our experts, Sharia experts, technical experts, or manager, everybody. I think this chart will be leadership in this region and for many countries. Universities have this good approach. We are not looking for holy food. In Islam, we don't have all foods, halal food clear. We are looking halal food. Halal food, how will we be aware of this one? After the research. After the research we will see, because without research you cannot say for the manufacturer in the factory, you cannot be sure many ingredients inside, sometimes 100 ingredients in the products. How you will be sure without research? I want to congratulate Minhaj University, Lahore, for this initiative. Inshallah, this initiative, this organization will be well known in the world and be active in our activities. Lastly, let me note my speech by extending our deepest thanks to the Minhaj University and the leadership of the University, Lahore, for their efforts towards making this event a great success by wishing all of us a productive and stimulating event. May Allah be our guide and lead us the path of the continuous success. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, sir. Now for our third panel discussion of this session, I would like to invite Dr. Rizwan Malik, who is the Head for Standards Implementation and Strategic Developments, IOFI, from Bahrain, to chair this discussion. The discussion is about major challenges for the Islamic banking and thaqaful industries and their solutions. I would also like to invite the panelists. Mr. Fahad Akbar Khan, could you join us on stage, please? Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, Director General, Cambridge Institute of Islamic Finance, UK. I would just like to go back a little. Mr. Fahad Akbar Khan is the Head of Islamic Banking, Sharia and Overseas Audit Division, Bank Al Falah. I would also request Dr. 𝗠𝗶 𝗵𝗷, who is the advisor to Bank Nizwa Oman, to kindly join us on stage. I would also like to invite the Honorable Mufti Sayyid Sabir Hussain, who is the Sharia advisor, head of Sharia compliance at the MCB Islamic Bank. I would also like to invite Sayyid Nasir Ali Rizvi, who is the head retail distribution and marketing, Daud Family Takaful Limited. Sir, could you all please join us on stage? I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Rizwan Malik now to handle the proceedings from here onwards. Thank you, sir.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursaleen. Nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is indeed a pleasure and honor for me to sit before you as part of this very important panel at the 6th World Islamic Economics and Finance Conference, which is being once again hosted in Lahore. And it is a great pleasure to be back in the city we admire for a number of different reasons. And it won't be an exaggeration to say that the name of Lahore has been put on the map of global Islamic banking and finance industry because of this important conference that we are hosting once again this year in this beautiful city. It wouldn't have been possible without the staunch commitment of the organizing team led by Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Dr. Sajid, Dr. Khurram, and their respective team members in putting together a very important and successful conference again this year. We had a very interesting day yesterday. I'm sure you would agree that we have heard, we listened to a number of keynote speeches from well-known leaders from the global Islamic banking and finance industry, regulatory bodies, standard-setting bodies, bankers, professionals, academicians. And I would like to thank them once again for traveling far and wide to join us for this important deliberation of 2 days. And I would also like to thank our local partners for this conference. Without their commitment and without your presence, this conference would not be a success. Once again, we heard a lot of good discussions yesterday on topics of different types, including the challenges of global Islamic economy and the potential solutions. We heard from academicians, we heard from practitioners. We had a very good session on social finance. We had Dr. 𝗵𝗔 𝗨𝗵, a well-known figure within the social finance space, a Nobel laureate, a nominee for the Nobel Prize, and a number of practitioners. We had technical sessions which were very good, and we thank the presenters who shared their papers at these 2 days conference. Again, today, I think we had a very good session this morning. We had a number of technical papers presented, and I'm sure those who attended benefited from the discussions. This session is going to be an extremely important session. This session is going to be an extremely important session as well. We are going to discuss a number of the topics, says the challenges within the Islamic banking and finance industry. And I'm very happy to have esteemed panelists with us who are known within the industry, not only locally but internationally, for their expertise, for their thought-provoking discussions. And I'm sure this session is going to be an extremely productive session. And it's an opportunity for all of us to learn from these well-known experts. With me, I have on my right somebody I look up to, somebody who brought me up as a child, I say this, within the industry. My mentor, a teacher, Professor Dr. 𝗶𝗵𝗷 𝗨H, who doesn't need an introduction, known for his well-known, globally acclaimed projects, initiatives of different nature, from advocacy to publications. He has his own way of presenting his thoughts and keeps a very close eye on the global Islamic economics and finance developments. It'd be great to hear his thoughts once again on different developments. We have my brother and my colleague, Brother 𝗶𝗵𝐵𝗷 𝗨𝗵, an Islamic finance advisor who chaired the Islamic social finance session, and I'm sure who attended, received some energy from that session. Please. And I hope we go back with an equally energized session after we conclude this one. So he's a well-known figure within the industry. Again, and he works as an Islamic finance advisor at the oldest and the only Islamic bank in the Sultanate of Oman, Bank Nizwa. On my left-hand side, I've got Mr. Fahad Akbar Khan, Head of Islamic Banking Sharia and Overseas Audit Division as part of Bank Al-Falah. Again, a very important institution within the Islamic banking and finance industry, playing an important role. I've got Mufti Sayyid Sabir Hussain, Sharia Advisor and Head of Sharia Compliance at MCB Islamic, a very important institution. And I look forward to hearing your thoughts, sir. And I've also got a very important representative of an industry, Takaful. And we'll come to that. And I've got Mr. Sayyid Nasir Ali Rizvi, who is Head of Sales and Distribution at Dawood Family Takaful. So I'm really honored to be among these well-known experts of their own disciplines. And I'm looking forward to the very important discussion here. And please join me, because we want this session to be a bit more interactive. I will be going out and asking some questions from the audience. So if you've got some questions, please get them ready. We will have some sessions both from the left-hand side and the right-hand side to ensure that there is no gender diversity related criticism. So with that, just to give you a perspective really, the global Islamic banking and finance industry has developed many folds to reach a size of $3 trillion industry as per the Global Islamic Finance Report 2022. And within these developments, there have been a number of different factors. There have been different winners and losers within the development of this Islamic banking and finance industry. We have some winners and we have some losers. The winners happen to be those countries where Muslims are in general majority. This includes countries like Pakistan, the countries in the Gulf Cooperation Council, Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey. These are those countries that are Muslim majority countries. And it won't be wrong to say that in Muslim minority countries, the Islamic banking and finance have not been as successful as it has in the Muslim majority countries. We may come to some of those factors, but I want the discussion more towards Pakistan, where it's a Muslim majority country, where we are looking forward to a transformation of Islamic finance economy to the finance economy to the one based on Sharia principles, in line with the ruling of Federal Shariat Court. So through this session, we will explore some of the challenges and potentially look at some of the solutions which could help us get there. How can a university like Minhaj, which presents or provides 150 students on an annual basis who are advocates of Islamic banking and finance, how can they play a role in the local industry and help in its development? So I think that's one of the important challenges that we may have when it comes to capacity building. However, I would like to start with Professor Dr. 𝗶𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵 to get his thoughts really on. Dr. 𝗍, you actually keep a very close eye on the global Islamic banking and finance developments. I would like you to just share your thoughts. Yesterday you had an opportunity to ask the panelists on their challenges, the challenges that they face within the global Islamic banking and finance industry. I would like to hear your thoughts on the global Islamic banking and finance industry, its development, and then try and relate it to Pakistan on how it can move forward from a macro perspective. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to have a couple of perspectives on the global Islamic banking and finance industry or movement. On the practical front, Islamic banking and finance is growing very impressively. Dr. Rizwan Malik mentioned the size of 3.17 trillion US dollars, which we reported last year in our Global Islamic Finance Report 2022, a figure which was based on our estimate for December 2021. We are now finalizing the figure for December 2022. And earlier indication is that the size of the global Islamic financial services industry at the end of the year 2022 is 3.47 trillion US dollars. Right. So this shows that the incremental growth in Islamic banking and finance is very impressive. So when we look at the figures like this one, on a global level, the growth is more than impressive. And when we look at a country like Pakistan, national figures, we are pleased by these figures. Between 30 to 40% annual year-on-year growth in Islamic deposits or Islamic assets, this is something no one can ignore. So if 1/3 of the industry is new, so this means that the industry can become a very big force within a decade. So looking at the practical side, no one would argue against the fact that Islamic banking and finance is becoming more and more relevant to the needs of those who are looking for financial services products in a Sharia compliant way. Having said that, the industry is facing an identity crisis at the same time. Whatever we call Islamic banking and finance, if we look at it from a different dimension, this could be actually conventional banking and finance in a Sharia compliant way. Okay. The critics would say that Islamic banking and finance is still using, after about 40-50 years, interest rate mechanism as a benchmark. Okay. So when we use interest rate mechanism as a benchmark, actually implicitly we are accepting that interest rate mechanism is efficient, and hence we have to use this in our products as well. So this is only one example of a challenge faced by the industry, and this is true in case of Pakistan as well. The way Islamic financial products are structured and priced, they have a link with the interest rate mechanism, and there is a need to break that link for giving a true identity to Islamic banking and finance. So this is, I think, on a very global macro level, this is one challenge which the industry is facing. There are some other challenges which are related with the components of the industry. As the title of our discussion today involves takaful as well, for example. So takaful on a global level, it's a very small component of Islamic banking and finance, between 1 and 2% of the total global assets. And in case of Pakistan, it's a very small amount. Yesterday, SCCP representative shared some statistics, and takaful plays a very small role in Pakistani Islamic banking and finance. The reason in case of Pakistan, for lack of takaful development, is that there is no regulatory requirement, there is no mandatory requirement for a person like me and you to insure or get takaful on my car if my car is not financed. So if I bought it on cash, there is no requirement. In the absence of this kind of requirements, takaful and insurance, they would remain underdeveloped. And with a specific reference to takaful, I think, okay, this is one of the main reasons that takaful has not penetrated into the market in a big way. Again, with reference to Pakistan, the research, hardcore empirical research in Islamic banking and finance is lacking. We find a lot of people talking about ideas, ideology, and similar kind of things. But when it comes to statistical evidence in favor of or against Islamic banking and finance, I think Pakistan is very consistent with other countries where this kind of genuine research is missing. I would like to stop here. I'm sure there would be some other follow-up questions, and I would be happy to answer.
Well, thank you very much. That's a perspective that you get from a globally acclaimed Islamic economist who keeps a very close eye on the global developments. He talked about a very important number that the Islamic banking and finance industry is as we speak, and he quoted a figure of 3.47 trillion according to the Global Islamic Finance Report findings as of end of 2022. And that's a number that is going to be quoted in the newspapers, in the magazines, time and again for the rest of the year, and your researches. And it is based on the Global Islamic Finance Report. The impressive growth that you alluded to is a global phenomena, you mentioned. You talked about the identity crisis in terms of the interest rate mechanism, which is being followed around the world. And I know that the interest rate mechanism itself is changing as we speak within the conventional space. And I think it affords us an opportunity for us to develop our own benchmark as we speak, rather than going back to a conventional benchmark. And I think just from AOFI's perspective, the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, we are at this stage developing a governance standard on alternative benchmark rates with an idea to provide an alternative rate for the global Islamic banking and finance industry at this important stage. In terms of takaful, you highlighted the challenge that we have. It is not compulsory or mandatory within the industry. I'm not sure among the people sitting here, among the students, how many of us actually have signed up to takaful. If it's not mandatory, perhaps me living in Bahrain may not have had my own takaful policy out for my car. And I think this is one of the suggestions that Professor Dr. Humayun Dar highlighted, that it should become a requirement and compulsory for a man, for an individual to own. And it is not because it's a takaful, rather it's a value addition. It shouldn't be as a requirement, rather it adds value to our life, to our household, to our belongings at times, so of course. So I think from that perspective is very important. I'll come back, I'll come to Mufti Sayyid Sabir Hussain Saab. Professor Dar highlighted one of the challenge, which is about the international benchmark rate. And we know that the identity crisis is just not because of that one product or one issue. Rather, we are known for mimicking the conventional financial industry because of the lack of standardization, because there is no legal framework, because there is no political will. So from the local perspective, what are your thoughts? Are these challenges, given that you look at these things very closely, do you think these are relevant in the local context? And how can they be overcome from that perspective? I think overcoming is where the solution lies, and I think we need to hear your thoughts on those. How can they be overcome, and if they are genuine issues?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina wa Mawlana Muhammadin wa barik wa sallim. First of all, I congratulate Minhaj University, especially my congratulations for Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri for conducting this reputable and knowledgeable conference for the promotion of Islamic banking and finance. It is no realities that Islamic banking has now become an irrefutable fact. It has spread all over the world, especially after the recession and world financial crisis of 2008. Its importance has become vibrant not only in Muslim world but also in non-Muslim. The world has become to know that the banking according to Islamic principles is now essential to save the world from further economic crisis like appeared in 2008. Likewise, in order to retain the trust of the customers in asset side generally, but in liability side especially, banking with compliance with Sharia principle is necessary. And whenever crisis appeared in 2008, the Vatican City offered Islamic finance principles to Western banks as a solution for worldwide economic crisis. And Vatican said banks should look at the ethical rules of Islamic finance to restore confidence of the depositors amongst their clients at a time of global economic crisis. It said in its news, the ethical principles on which Islamic finance is based many fetch banks closer to their customers and to the true spirit which should mark every financial services. And in many countries, we observed at that time the demand of Islamic banking raised with the slogan, "Let's bank the Muslim way." It is a reality. But at the same time, we observed too many challenges which are faced by Islamic financial institutions and takaful companies. From Pakistan perspective, the main and important challenge which is being faced is the legal framework. Absence of legal framework, lack of legal framework, a proper way in Islamic banking system. At present, Islamic banks are working in many Muslim countries, including Pakistan, without proper legal cover. We have a main document to run the banking system, namely BCO 1962, Banking Companies Ordinance 1962, which is totally based on conventional principles, conventional system. Just in Pakistan, some amendments done in this ordinance, Section 5, the definition of creditor and the definition of debtor and finance modified and amended. And through this, some amendments in Pakistan, Islamic banking whole structure is working. Therefore, in my view, the legal and taxation framework for Islamic banks must be separate and independent, which based on the pure principles of Sharia and supported by the principle of Sharia. Likewise, public awareness is very important, although in Pakistan, day by day, the sessions, conferences, and like these are increasing, but I think The more work should be done here for creating public awareness regarding Islamic financial system. Islamic financial model is feasible. There is no question about this, but it is need to make it more useful and efficient. However, it faces problem of general acceptability, especially in Sharia scholars which are other than Islamic banking system, which are working in the Darul Ifta, Madaris and Jamiat. So this is mainly due to unfamiliarity with the various Islamic modes of financing and awareness about Islamic banking procedures. This problem is likely to be solved over time through public education campaigns, inclusion of Islamic banking concepts in school curriculum, making Islamic financing course a part of business administration programs, offering full-fledged degree program in Islamic financing in all universities like Minhaj University. Human capital, lack of human capital or human resources is also a challenge for Islamic financial institutions. Lack of qualified manpower is one of the biggest hurdles in the advancement of Islamic banking. Practitioners of Islamic banking not much focus on staff training and staff grooming regarding Sharia compliant products. There are more an specialized training institute to meet manpower needs. Some work has been done, but a lot is still needed, especially on the fundamentals. So these are some challenges which are observed by me during my practice in Islamic financial institutions.
Thank you very much, Mufti Sahib. I think you highlighted a number of points, where you went through a number of issues that we have. You alluded to the wider global finance sector validating the global Islamic finance system, and they say that let's bank the Muslim way, and that was a slogan back in the financial crisis that was put forward in the US and the European region. You talked about a number of issues, including the legal framework that the Islamic banking and finance industry operate within Pakistan. You talked about the lack of taxation, regulation, and the lack of clarity. You talked about the public awareness and perception, which is a challenge in the growth. And I think I'll come to that for my brother, Fahad Akbar Khan. And you also talked about the human capital, where the role of Minhaj comes into play. And I think a lot of perception issues are there, and I think that those are the issues that perhaps sittings like this, conferences like this, can help to overcome. I have another burning question for Mufti Sabir Sahib, but I'll come back to that later on, maybe perhaps. And I'll give the opportunity to the brother here, Brother Fahad. Brother Fahad, you're actually on the ground as a Bank Al-Falah. And Professor Humayun Dar actually alluded to a lot of growth within this industry, even in Pakistan. And I know that for a fact that Bank Al-Falah Islamic is making a lot of net profit, quarter on quarter. And that is not something that is wrong, but that actually shows the amount of uptake that is there for the Islamic banking and finance industry. From your experience as an institution, as a representative of an industry, what are some of the challenges, other than what Mufti Sabir Sahib has mentioned, on the ground? And I think more importantly, what are the solutions we can to overcome those barriers for us to work towards achieving the ruling of Federal Sharia Court of transforming the economy to Sharia compliant, and helping the regulators and the practitioners alike?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much, Rizwan, for asking such a technical question. Basically, yes, Al-Falah has grown very much. It has shown more than 100% growth in the last 3 years, basically Islamic banking. And some of the major issues are also discussed by Professor Humayun Sahib and Mufti Sabir Sahib also. So I will like to add on this, because these are actually the issues which are faced by us also on the ground, as per ground reality. First of all, as Mufti Sabir Sahib also said, there is a lack of public awareness also. Mostly, basically, the people have concept that Islamic banking is just like the conventional banking with just change of names and some additional documentation. This concept is more in Pakistan, especially because of the 1980s era when the Islamic banking was implemented in not a very true spirit. So that's why this concept of lack of public awareness or this concept about Islamic banking is very much over here in Pakistan. For this, of course, mass awareness program, just like Minhaj is conducting today, this needs to be conducted further. As Sabir Sahab also said, that more training sessions and more certification program needs to be conducted. Other than that, there is a lack of product innovation also in the Islamic banking. Currently, we are offering almost the similar products to conventional banking, and that's why there's a concept of public also that similar products are being offered. So for this, basically new innovative products needs to be offered to the general public, so that there's the concept that yes, Islamic banking is there and it's like quite different. For this, there should be a shift towards more risk-sharing products like pure musharaka products. Currently, we are providing business musharaka products for our customer, but that's not true, basically true concept of musharaka, profit sharing basis. So more pure musharaka based products needs to be offered to our customers for better Sharia compliance of the sector. Further, for its further improvement, the Islamic bankings can have a real market links directly with the suppliers and the dealers. For this, for example, if we are offering murahaba or ijara products, or in that we can, if the banking sector has direct market link with the supplier, they can directly procure those goods or those cars and those kind of equipment from the dealer directly. This will get them the more economies of scales also. Further, it will change more perception of the public also that yes, there is a change, because in conventional banking also, the conventional bank provide you money and they purchase, and similar model we provide them as an agent, we declare them as agent and they purchase their good for us. So if we have direct link with us, with the dealer and the supplier, then it will much improve the public perception of the people. Further, the major issues is of the liquidity management also. There's a lack of money and interbank market for Islamic banking in Pakistan. Further, we have faced serious issue regarding the long-term financing also. Mainly the long-term financing or investment is done in the government ijara schools, and when they are maturing, basically there is some panic situation in the banking sector that where will we invest these our investments, or if the government did not mature or reissue those schools instruments. In this respect, as per the recent shares, there is only 15.7% share of investment of Islamic banking sector in overall banking sector of the Pakistan, and as compared to advances, it's 27%. So you can see that there is a gap in investment opportunities for the Islamic banking industry. For this, of course, more Sharia compliant liquidity management solution needs to be provided by the government also, and banking sector also come together to find more solutions for this liquidity management issues. Further to that, there is of course trained human capital issues. Basically, we have very good Islamic banking professions over here, but there's some gaps, although there's much improvement in this through the passage of time, but there's still some issues that they are not very, the banking professions are not very well versed with the Sharia laws and principles. And we have of course Sharia scholars also over here, but they are also not very versed with the basically economics, business and finance. So more trainings and certification programs need to be conducted for them for this improvement. Especially, I would like to highlight that more training should be given to the first line of the banking staff, because they are directly dealing with the customer. They are basically the reason where, of course, I am in audit. So mainly the violation starts from them who are the RM or the banking staff. They need to be trained. They need to have a knowledge that what's the majorly just Sharia issues in the products, because many times they do in order to facilitate the customer, they basically execute all the documents. For example, in Muraba, they even executes a contract with the customer even though the goods are not over here. And that's why there are many Sharia violations came, and sometimes even they hide those documents from us, and whenever they find us, of course there is a charity which arise due to this, but major training sessions should be given to the first line of defense. Other, I think, very well highlighted by Mr. Mayun Saab and Mufti Saber Saab. So,
thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Fahad. I think those were the very relevant points. I just want to make sure that everyone is following the discussions here. And through a show of hands, please raise your hands. No, I haven't asked a question yet. Show of hands of those people who actually bank Islamically, who has an Islamic banking account. I was expecting few more hands than this. Okay? Show of hands of those who have a takaful policy out. That's literally about 5 to 6 people. So I think these are the relevant points that are shared here by our esteemed panelists. And you know, Brother Fahad, these are actually your stakeholders. We need you to convince them that they should bank in a Sharia compliant manner.
Of course, there is.
You're already making 100% growth. We want it to be 200% growth.
Inshallah.
And this is how together each of us can contribute towards the 5% transformation policy that the government has issued. The resolution has been issued. Each of us individually have to play a role for us to transform this economy to a Sharia compliant. If you have issues, if you think that the Islamic finance industry is just another name of a conventional finance industry, please, this is the time for you to clear your thoughts. You know, these are esteemed panelists. They have come far and wide to share their thoughts. Please find them outside if we don't have the question, we don't have time for the questions. But we want all of these people to bank Sharia compliant, your families to bank Sharia compliant manner, and you actually then have the Islamic finance professional, the 150 graduates that the Minhaj University have. They are direct stakeholders that will end up going to the banks, to the takaful companies. So with that, I think I'll give an opportunity to my brother, the only representative of the takaful industry who doesn't know is the Sharia compliant name of Islamic of insurance. You know, some of the thoughts have been shared here, and some of the thoughts may be very relevant to the banking industry as well. The banking industry is far more developed than the takaful industry. What are the ground realities from your perspective? How can these students, these colleagues, these professionals, these academicians, these professionals, how can they take up a policy? What are their thoughts and what are the solutions to overcome them?
Thank you very much. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Rizwan. You're highlighting a very small part of the Islamic finance, takaful. Even a lot of people don't know about the meaning of takaful. Actually, takaful in Pakistan, actually, history is not more than 14-15 years. We have only 2 dedicated takaful operators in Pakistan in the family takaful. Other conventional insurance companies started the window operations of takaful after 5 to 6 years. So Mufti Saber Saab and Professor Humayun has mentioned that takaful penetration and takaful growth is very low as compared to the Islamic banking and finance. So what are the challenges? Why actually on the ground what we are facing? As Mufti Saab mentioned, first of all, lack of awareness of takaful. And when we told someone that you can have the Islamic alternative of conventional insurance, he was surprised. Is there any Islamic insurance existence? And takaful, what is takaful? So last 15 years, we have to struggle in terms of awareness, in terms of capturing that market which conventional insurance companies are unable to capture. So challengings, what we are facing, I think already Mufti Saber Saab sitting over here, he's also Sharia board member of Dawood Family Takaful as well. So we have the privilege of his guidance and supervision. I just want to mention some solutions.
Absolutely.
How we can improve the penetration and how we can improve the awareness. First of all, I think the need of more number of Takaful operators in Pakistan. Recently, one more company got the license of Takaful, Family Takaful. So you can say that now in Pakistan, 3 dedicated Takaful companies. We have to go for the digitalization. Fintech innovation is also very important, means smart controls and big data. And for Takaful companies, it's very important. I can say Dawood Family Takaful is one of those companies who invest a lot of in the IT sector. We have in-house built IT system. We have the mobile apps for our employees and for our customers. And we try to make it easy. And we will try to make it a daily household product for everyone. But still we are facing a lot of challenges.
On this point very quickly, yesterday we heard that there's 87% mobile penetration in the country.
Yes.
Are you leveraging on that penetration?
Yes, exactly. This is the reason I mentioned first digitalization. Every company has to invest on the IT and digitalization. So it will be easy. Our one product is a Sada product you can buy online. The number 4 point, I think, introduction of micro Takaful. We have to go on the micro level where the customers can have the access. It is the need of everyone. Like Islamic finance, I think Takaful is also need of everyone. But lack of awareness, as you already, when highlight the number of hands raised who had the Takaful policy, are very, very less as compared to the people who have the banking, Islamic banking. So government supportive policies, like Dr. Saab mentioned, that a person who is buying a car on cash is not thinking buying Takaful or insurance. But when he leased or when he got the car leased by the bank, it is the compulsion. You have to go for the insurance and Takaful. So I think government needs to introduce the policies. And I would like to mention a recent government policy in which they are offering the Sehat cards. I think public mass awareness created because people now know that there is a health insurance, there is a health Takaful in which they can get a very huge protection in case they hospitalized, and they can get the covered from any private hospital all over the Pakistan. So these kind of steps are improving the awareness and improving, I think the private sector, Takaful or insurance, is helping government to give people their basic necessities of covering their lives in terms of life and in terms of health. College and universities, I think that they can play a very important role. In Dawood Family Takaful, we start a project and we take the students from the madrasas, from madaris, from imam of masajid. And I think it's a very successful project. And the people are working in Dawood Family Takaful are now the full-time career-oriented people. They improve their career, they improve their financial situation, they build their careers in the last 14 years. They grow from a very basic position to the top positions. So I think the colleges and universities must educate their students so that the Takaful, in Takaful you have a career. In Takaful you can start your career and you can get a very handsome amount of money. They need to actually educate, they need to actually aware their students of about the sales career. Unfortunately, the universities and madrasas are producing the students. They are not sales oriented in their when they start their career. they're not taking it on a priority as a sales career. But I think if in the recent economic conditions, the unemployment, the economic and political instability in Pakistan, I think there are a lot of opportunities in the sales career. And if our university starts some certification and giving the awareness of takaful, we as a takaful operator, I think we are ready to collaborate, we are ready to join hands with the universities and get their fresh students as a full-time internees and then basically a career-oriented full-time career.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. The last point, the sales point, is not because you've got a lot of opportunities of hiring people, is it?
Not
He's
only
actually the
because
regional
of
sales
I'm the
and
head of retail
distribution, the head of the distribution and sales in general. So I guess a lot of opportunities are out there. But I think I understand your point in terms of having the, it's not the technical focus, rather it's actually delivering the message, which is important. Yeah. That has an equal value. So I think perhaps there has to be more collaboration between yourselves as Dawood Family Takaful and Minhaj University as well. Perhaps they have Islamic banking, Islamic economics, banking and finance courses. And perhaps you can spare some of your time and join us here so that next year when we have this conference, the policy holders are far more than what is today.
Exactly.
So I think that would be great.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think you've highlighted some important points on the need for digitalization, especially in a country which is a really high number in terms of financial exclusion. And when it comes to takaful or insurance, it will be even higher within the country. So I think the penetration through the mobile usage can be really helpful in terms of reaching out to the masses. And I think some regulatory steps have already been taken, you've highlighted. And I think some more needs to be undertaken for us to move forward and penetrate further within this important market. I'll come to my brother Mughis, I think still awake, inshallah. So, Brother Mughis, you keep a close eye on the global developments as well. And between our closer circle, we call you a techie, a tech-savvy person, a person who keeps a very close eye on the financial developments, on the smart contracts, on the big data, on Web 3.0, Web 2.0, and all of that. A lot of them are, at times for me are jargons. But I think we really want to understand from the country that you represent, Oman, which has been one of the latest entrant. Only in the last 10 years, Islamic banking and finance was introduced, and the market share has already reached more than 20%, without some of the toxic products that are not allowed in the country. So we wanted to hear your thoughts, both on your experience as Oman of development of this niche industry, as well as how the lack of innovation, which my brother Fahad mentioned, how that can be overcome through fintech or digitalization, both.
Well, first of all, assalamu alaikum to all of you again, and lovely to see all these amazing Minhaj people and all the students and all the faculty and fraternity. Rizwan, it's been 10 hours. I've been waiting, huh? पहले तो तू चाय तो मंगवाना मेरे लिए, फिर बोलूँगा मैं, Anyways, so while he orders a tea, I mean this is between me. We mock each other. So why he serves me a tea that is essentially has to be made by your hands, otherwise I'm not taking it.
With the finger dipped in?
Whatever. Yeah. So yeah. It's a very, very solid question. This is what you've done to me is I'm just completely sedated right now. Anyways, now coming back to it's a very important question. First of all, thank you very much for the other 4 panelists for imparting very valuable comments and sharing the thought process based on their own experiences. Now, let me start with the following. Let me start from where others have left, actually. I mean, I think the common parlance or the common language that I've just heard is they're constantly talking about awareness and understanding Islamic finance, students, etc., collaboration. I have a very, very pertinent question, and I want to relate it to Oman as well. And this is one of the reasons why Oman is progressing faster, being a young and small market as compared to other countries. Especially Pakistan, for an example, and I'm going to relate to Pakistan. Whenever you come to conferences of Islamic finance, there are Pakistani conferences. And I'm talking in relative terms right now, as compared to Oman and other countries. And Rizwan, back me on that, because you pull these events too in Bahrain as well. Everybody talks about we need awareness, we need training, we need education, we need human capital, degree programs, workshops, certification, conferences, etc., etc., etc. But if you read in between the lines, all of the industry players plus the regulators are essentially putting, rightfully as a matter of fact, putting the burden of producing such talents on the schools, university and colleges. This is very right. But when it comes to supporting them, not only brand-wise or collaboration, but paise-wise or money-wise, you don't see the same energy. So next time, folks, when we talk about that we need experts or awareness campaigns or training and education, then you have to make sure that you walk the talk fully and also try and provide the financial support, because at the end of the day, the bottom line is paisa. To run the show, to ensure that everything is delivered to the required ends, the means have to be equally necessary end to end. If not, then आप पता कौन से फ़लसफ़े पे जा रहे हैं कि उगाए एक खाए सारे. अब उस बेचारे किसान को जिसने उगाना है, in this case the universities, they can't do everything else. बेचारे तो फीसों पे dependent होते हैं, and you're asking, so many things. So I'm talking about this in the Pakistani perspective because I've just observed this in a relative terms as compared to Oman. Oman, where I come from, is a massively growing market. Rizwan, you were sharing me the numbers just in the email the other day, that it's almost reaching 20% in just 10 years. This is a fairy tale progress of any Islamic finance country who's new as Oman. One of the core features that Oman does contribute very well to Islamic finance, because relative terms they move very cohesively. I work for a bank. I previously served the government as an Islamic finance, had taken care, one of my portfolio was taking care of human capital in Islamic finance. There was not a single thing I did that was not funded fully by the industry. Not even a single pocket, a single cent from the pocket of my institutions was spent on creating awareness in Islamic finance. And when I say awareness, not only conferences, it means end-to-end awareness. Everything the banks feel that it is their responsibility. So if they are going to have the output for them, they have to also fund the input. So I think this is something that Pakistani banks have to learn from sectors like Oman and perhaps further sharpen. Now, I'm not saying that they don't do that, but there is a lot of room for improvement to perhaps enhance their contributions much more. Banks that are doing it, I know them personally, fantastic, full credit to them. But certain banks who are not, I think they have to relook at their strategy to fund these. और किसान को आप फंडिंग देंगे तो आपकी वो फसल सही पैदा करेगा जो कि आप सारों ने खानी. ये तो हो गया एक point. There was also another talk about the identity of Islamic finance, and this great innovator, I call him Dr. Dar, started the discussion just right now. To me, the crisis is not actually identity crisis of Islamic finance. It is the crisis of maintaining the dignity of Islamic finance. The dignity. There is a difference. The moment you understand that I have to maintain the dignity of the industry, you automatically preserve the identity of the industry. Jab aap Islamic finance ko, when you bash Islamic finance, sometimes for all the right reasons, etc., mostly I don't think they are right reasons, you have to bash it in a way that I am constructively trying to criticize you so that your practices should maintain the dignity of Islamic finance. Dignity means आप dignity तभी maintain करते हैं जब आप उसको कह रहे होते हैं कि जो काम आपने सही करना उसको सही अंदाज में करिए. You actually trying to tell them जो उसका dignity है उसको maintain करे अपने operations के साथ. It's not identity. Identity is an aftermath. The moment you destroy dignity by whatever means, in this case by operations or relative stuff, you automatically dampen or harm the identity of any system for that matter. So it's more of a dignity crisis given the practices that transform into an identity crisis. One of the other, flawed outcomes that I think people sort of go into it very easily is that given that we have a dignity-driven identity crisis, what that does is, one of the major drawbacks is that people, sometimes even big Sharia scholars or top-level practitioners, fall in the trap of confusing challenges with causes. So there is a huge blurring of what is an actual cause and what's an effect. So this effect and cause line in between the cause and effect, that becomes so blurred कि आप effects को ही challenges की domain में लेके चले जाते हैं और उनको as a challenge आप represent करते रहते हैं. मसलन product development में बड़ा मसला होता है. This is not a cause, this is a challenge. You are being challenged. Why this is a challenge? Because the cause is that you have not understood the actual efficacy, actual theology, actual philosophy of Islam. फिर आप उसको unwrap करते हैं तो फिर आप वापस चले जाते हैं, ओह awareness में मसला, education में मसला, etc. etc. और फिर वही point कि क्या हम collectively उसको serve करने के लिए financially भी उसको fund कर रहे हैं कि नहीं. So everything is very tightly connected. So it's very, very important to understand that whenever we are talking or criticizing about Islamic finance or terming that the industry is facing challenges, do not blur yourself or your view by, trapping yourself कि आप बात effects ही कर रहे हैं, लेकिन language आपकी वो challenges की हो रही है. Liquidity management, lack of product innovation, ये governance और जो और बाकी मसले बताएं, these are effects, not challenges. Number 3. Number 4, एक मेरे भाई ने बात की, he was talking about that Islamic finance should have a separate legal system and a tax system, etc. Everybody should agree, especially the practitioners, and I'm one of them now. When you're going to operate Islamic banking in a system, and you want the system to maintain its dignity/identity, but you're operating in a system that is hostile to Islamic finance. You tell me one law in your country, from central bank to other taxation system, that is pro-Islamic finance. That is pro-Islamic finance. Tax system पे तो 150 साल हो गए हम बात कर रहे हैं. Lender of last resort का मैं बचपन से की बातें सुन रहा हूँ. Benchmark की तो मुझे कोई 1700 साल हो गए वही बात सुनते हुए. You are operating Islamic finance in a system that is totally anti and hostile to Islamic finance. And yet you ask the practitioners and every stakeholders, including Sharia scholars, to somehow maintain the pure dignity and identity of Islam. This is a non-starter of a discussion. And as a matter of fact, you should congratulate the practitioners, the Sharia scholars, everybody involved, कि इस गंध में भी उन्होंने आपको एक इस्लामिक फाइनेंस जैसी ऑप्शन दी हुई है. नंबर 2, चाहे वो उस गंध में से ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं ऑप्शन को, रिमेंबर everything that comes to you under the banner of Islamic economics, banking and finance, top level Sharia authority, scholars का उस पे स्टैंप लगा होता है. तो आपको तो यहीं पे चुप हो जाना चाहिए कि भाई whatever it is, मुझे डिटेल्स नहीं पता है, क्योंकि अब इसके ऊपर मोहर लग गई है एक जयद जिद्दन शरिया स्कॉलर की. You shouldn't question. सोशल इश्यूज पे तो आप उनको क्वेश्चन नहीं करते हैं. जुमा कैसे पढ़ना है वो तो क्वेश्चन नहीं करता, लेकिन जहां पे इस्लामिक बैंकिंग आगे 150 क्वेश्चन, उसका किसी का बैकग्राउंड भी नहीं इस्लामिक में, एंड कीप ऑन आस्किंग क्वेश्चन. जी क्यों? वो मैंने फलां से सुना. आपने कहां सुना? उसने फलां से सुना. यू डोंट इवन अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन. सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि हम अपने आप को कंफ्यूजन से बचाएं और मेक श्योर कि इतना बर्डन उनके ऊपर ना डालें, क्योंकि वो पहले ही बड़ा ही नेक काम कर रहे हैं इन अ सिस्टम दैट इज, अगेन आई रिपीट, इज वेरी हॉस्टाइल टू इस्लामिक. इट्स नॉट मेड फॉर इस्लामिक फाइनेंस. अगर तो सिस्टम हु बहू इस्लामिक फाइनेंस के एंड टू एंड सपोर्टिव होता तो फिर तो आप 1,500 दफा इनको बैश करें मैं आपके साथ. लेकिन और तीसरी बात ये भी ज़हन में रखा करें, लास्ट पार्ट रिजवान, और फिनटेक तो भूल ही गया यार मैं,
छोड़ दो कल कर लेंगे.
हाँ ठीक है. तो लास्ट पार्ट ये कि you have to also realize that Islamic finance, beside the Sharia stamps and Sharia scholars approvals and all this, which you shouldn't question, it has to be, and it is no different from the overall Islam's model that Ummah is following. Islamic finance or banking system is an offshoot of the overall model of Islam. In other words, अगर आप Islamic banking को नाजायज question करते हैं without understanding all the right unavoidable constraints, you are actually bashing the overall model of Islam. Don't forget that Islamic banking, financial and economic system came out from the overall model of Islam as a whole, the Ummah follows. तो अगर आप इस्लामिक बैंक को करते हैं और फाइनेंस को हिट करते हैं टारगेट नाजायज या अनजस्टिफाइड तरीकों में या वीक ग्राउंड्स के ऊपर, तो आप ये ज़हन में रखा करें कि एक तो इसके ऊपर मोहर लगी हुई है शरिया स्कॉलर की, दोम it is a representative of the overall Islam that I follow or my mother and father or my community follows. So ये बड़ा ज़रूरी है और अगेन इसके लिए अवेयरनेस बहुत ज़रूरी है, लेकिन वो अवेयरनेस को फिर प्रॉपर्ली फंड भी करना चाहिए. एक बंदा उगाए सारे खाएं doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mughis. I think very pertinent and relevant points that you highlighted, and I think these are the core issues that we face as an industry as we try to progress. I want to give an opportunity here very quickly if there are any questions in the hall, but the question has to be no more than 10 seconds long, and the answer would be equally longer as well. So that's what I would request. But I think those are important issues, and I think here Mughis highlighted a very important opportunity. Can I have a show of hands if there is a question in the hall? Okay, I can see one. On the gender diversity side, can I have something from our sisters? Any question here? That's not a sister, that's a brother. Okay. So I think one important thing that if I can pick up from what Brother Mughis has mentioned is about taking your burden away of doubting Islamic finance from your shoulders and putting it or keeping it at the place where it should be. And that's where the Sharia scholars come into play, where the governance mechanisms of Islamic banks and the regulators and the standard setting bodies come into play. And I think that is something that we should get rid of as we speak. And once we go out, we should commit to ourselves that ourselves and our family members should not bank the conventional way. I think that is one important takeaway that if we can take from this important session would be this, that we should not bank the Sharia non-compliant way. We heard from the recitation of the Holy Quran, the first thing that we had in this conference was, what did Allah say? 𝗠𝗶𝐵hi 𝗵𝗷 𝗨ஹِ𝗶𝗃𝗲𝗿𝘀𝗶 There's nothing better, and of course the reference to riba and its implications is far more as clearly mentioned in Quran, something that we wouldn't even like to imagine. So I think we would like to make sure that our family, ourselves, do not indulge in that. So I'll just give 10 seconds very quickly to that question that we have here. Very quickly, please.
I basically have two questions.
No, please, one only. And you switch on your mic.
Yeah, the main question which I want to ask is, you can say a dual lingo of the today's discussion and the previous panel discussion yesterday.
All right, okay.
The question is, which I can adhere from all the discussion, is that there is a massive need of innovation. And yesterday we talked about that there is a need of simplicity as well as need of investment. So how would you relate both of these things in this world where there is a massive need of innovation on one side, and on the other side the world is moving towards a luxurious habitat and everything needs to be eye-catchy. So how we can add on simplicity in these investments?
All right, okay. Thank you very much. I don't see any sisters' questions, so I'll probably skip that. The brother can ask the question during the lunch break. I know between yourselves and the lunch we stand, and please bear with us for 5 more minutes. I think we generally would like to wrap it up now. I'll come to that question maybe in the end, but I would like to just quickly ask to all my fellow panelists in terms of their own self-commitment. We all talk, as Mughis alluded to, all of us talk a lot of things in these conferences. And we go back very happy, nice. We had very nice lunch, and we enjoyed the gathering. We enjoyed the support that we received and overall courtesy from the organizers. But we go back and forget about it. I think each of us need to have some form of commitment to ourselves that we should in the Pakistan context on what we can do to change for better and be in a better shape next year in our own role as we speak. We have got banker, we've got Takaful, we've got Sharia scholar, we've got an internationally acclaimed scholars, and of course our own technology expert here. So from Professor Humayun, I will very quickly ask you, maybe you can answer the question as well, but in about 15 seconds, just answer us a commitment from yourselves on how we can change what we are doing and make a difference to the community that we have here.
Now you, at the end, okay, you have put a very difficult question and you have given only 15 seconds. I would, on a personal level, on the 31st of December, I decided, this was my New Year resolution, that in 2023 I would be sharing thought of the day on Islamic finance with my following on social media. And I'm happy that, when I got up this morning, this was my 29th thought of the day. So I'm looking forward to completing 365 thoughts of the day, which I call TODs. So those of you who have not subscribed to my TODs, you can do so after this session. The question from the gentleman, simplicity and innovation, they are not contradictory to each other. Yesterday when we referred to the need for moderation, modesty, simplicity, etc., that was with reference to general behavior of individuals, general behavior of Muslims or human beings, which is now being substantiated by the likes of Sustainable Development Goals and other new lifestyle frameworks being suggested by different multilateral institutions, national legislatures, and so on. Innovation, we can actually come up with innovative ways of leading simple lives. Simple yet useful, productive lives. And a lot of things can be said about this one, but now there are emerging examples of simplicity in an innovative way, and I can talk about it after this session. Rizwan, are we going to be given some time after this, or this is my last chance to speak?
This is your only chance and you have got 3 seconds remaining.
Okay, I wouldn't say anything. I just in 3 seconds, probably 3 by multiplied with 10. Public awareness is going to be very crucial for development, further development of Islamic banking and finance in this country. And I must say that this is going to be a challenge for Islamic banking sector to grow beyond 20% to achieve 40% share. In this phase, public awareness is going to be very important, but the question arises, who is going to finance public awareness? Is it going to be the regulator? Is it going to be the players? Or is it going to be the players like Minhaj University, Lahore? I think the practitioners, they should consider this point very carefully, because at the end of the day, Islamic banking industry is going to benefit from this growth, and they should allocate certain percentage of this success to public awareness by supporting the awareness initiatives like this conference and some other activities as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's very important factor. From our Takaful expert, one commitment that I need, and one can be that you basically spare more of your time to join us here at Minhaj University at the Islamic faculty and delivering the message of Takaful out there.
Definitely, I would like to come over here again and meet the concerned people and delivering a career orientation to the students of the Minhaj al-Quran universities, not only over here, but in other institutions as well. This is the part of our 2023 strategy as well, that we would like to go into the institutions and give awareness to the students, teachers, and everywhere in the masses about the Takaful, so we can get more growth in this sector and more development in this sector.
Excellent. I need one commitment from all of you as well, and I'll come back to the last thing we do that. Mufti Sahib, how can we overcome this perception issue among the masses here? Very quickly, please.
I think, and I want to give a message to public, especially regarding Islamic financial system. We have to avoid dual thinking in this regard, because people and public at one side want to Islamic financial system, riba-free banking system, but at the second side, they want all facilities, all facilities of the conventional banking, regardless that they are halal or haram. So we need to avoid dual thinking to promote Islamic financial system.
Thank you very much. I think that is a very relevant and pertinent point on that. So we need to make sure that what do we want? We don't want, at one side we talk about risk sharing, and on the other side we don't want a loss sharing principle. Only in the upside we want to take that risk. So I think that's again a point that Mufti Sahib has highlighted. My brother Fahd, how can you help as a banker, as a Sharia audit profession? We talked about governance issues, we talked about identity crisis, we talked about the dignity crisis that we have. How can, in your profession, and I think you take care of that, very quickly, one commitment in 10 seconds.
Yes, basically, I usually have discussion with the convention, my fellow colleagues who works in the conventional banking sector, and try to answer their queries so they have more better concept of the Islamic banking. So that's why I
So you would spare more time in terms of sharing the message.
Yes.
Excellent. Brother Mughith? Very quick.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rizwan. Very quickly, I mean, I would definitely want more commitments from the financial sector. Yesterday we were discussing the idea of muakhat. I think the muakhat should start even further from the Islamic financial industry. They should try and adopt the Islamic financial departments or centers or units, whatever each educational body has, and should part donate it in tangible and untangible manners as well. Only this is the way that collectively we can address this gap of lack of awareness in education and of course to try and maintain the dignity of Islamic finance. I would definitely want MCB, then Takaful. If you're struggling for a market share and hardly anybody has a Takaful access, well, this is your chance. Try and play your role over here and perhaps support, in this case, 𝗵𝗷 Islamic Finance Department, that they can work on Takaful improvement. And then Bank Al-Falah I may have to personally talk to in this case, for example, Imran, please, show your tangible and non-tangible both commitments. Do muakhat and adopt or partly co-own, for example, in this case, 𝗵𝗷 Islamic Finance Department, and you'll see collectively wonders will be done, and perhaps next year when we meet again,
we'll have more numbers.
Yeah, we'll see that perhaps more hands would be raised for banks and takafuls as well. So this is one approach.
Excellent. Just to back that question, just to back that suggestion really here, we need a show of hands in terms of who intend to bank Islamic way. Who intend? We are only asking for intention. You'll get some sawab for that. Make an intention. We need more hands. Now, people who are not banking the Islamic way, of course, I'm asking them. Both hands, mashallah. On the ladies' side, everyone wants conventional banking? Excellent. And how many of us will try and understand more about the Takaful industry? Excellent. Thank you very much. And we do hope that through these gentlemen here, through the stakeholders, through the leaders, we can play a more active role in overcoming the challenges that we have, be it related to perception, be it related to this mimicking of the conventional products, be it product innovation and all of that. I think we really benefited a lot from these discussions that we had, and we do hope that we can translate some of them into something meaningful outcome for all of us. So with that, please make an intention that we don't want ourselves and our family members to indulge in the curse of riba. Try and make sure that they don't be held accountable on the day Yawm al-Qiyamah for this curse. This is our individual responsibility. Each of us have to own this responsibility for us, for our loved ones. So with that, I thank you all very much for patiently listening to us and I think we will enjoy hopefully lunch and hopefully carry on our discussion. I'd also like to thank Minhaj University for giving us this opportunity. I personally benefited a lot from these discussions. And also, I would like to take opportunity to congratulate Dr. Hussain once again for the launching of the Center of Halal Awareness, Research and Training chart. I think it will do wonders and further enhance our penetration within the global halal industry, inshallah. So with that, I thank you very much, inshallah, and over to the organizers. A round of applause, inshallah, for our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would request the participants, you may file for a lunch. We'll have a small lunch break. You have to be back in the hall by 1:45. For our guests, if you could kindly remain seated, we would like to do the ceremony of the disbursement of the shields. I would request Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Dr. Mohammad Balut, Mr. Ehsan Owat, Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi, and Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mehsani to kindly come in front of the stage. I would like to thank especially this panel of analysts and researchers to kindly receive their shields from our honorable quorum. I would request Professor Dr. 𝗶𝗵𝗷 𝗨H to kindly please receive your shield. Dr. Mughis Shaukat, kindly receive your shield. Professor Dr. 𝗶𝗵𝗷 𝗨H, he is the Director General, Cambridge Institute of Islamic Finance, UK. Dr. Mughis Shaukat is the advisor to Bank Nizwa, Oman. Mr. Mufti Sayyid Shabir Hussain, kindly receive your shield. Mr. Fahad Akbar Khan. First, Mufti Sayyid Shabir Hussain, sir, please kindly receive your shield of appreciation for being here. Thank you so much. Mr. Fahad, if you could receive your shield. And Mr. Sayyid Nasir Ali Rizvi, who is the Head of Retail Distribution and Marketing, Daud Family Takaful. Thank you, sir, for being here. And Dr. Rizwan Malik for moderating this session so well. Thank you. I think we have a better idea. A round of applause. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Rizwan. So these participants kindly be back in the hall by 1:45. I would request the reception and the hall management team to kindly take our guest to the hall marquee and prayers. This is a shorter break. Please be back by 1:45. Thank you. And that will be our final closing session. We would request everyone to kindly be back in.
Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, 𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, 𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, 𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, 𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain. A place where you never stop dreaming. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center, 𝗏𝗏 University, Lahore. Ibn Sina Library and Resource Center. A place where you meet. A place where you educate. A place where you get informed. A place where you recreate. A place where you get knowledge. A place where you connect to the world. A place where you become something. A place where you entertain.
This is an announcement for our participants, our students who are here to attend this conference and this closing ceremony. This session will be between 2 and 4. So I would request all of you to remain seated in a very disciplined manner. It is going to be a panel discussion, then a keynote speech, and then the closing. So these 2 hours, I would request all of you to be very, very, sort of disciplined and cooperate with us, because we would like to, progress with the session without any interruptions. Thank you.
Such as research and international collaborations. Here at the university, students have access to all national and international e-resources and databases in a very well-equipped libraries and laboratories.
Discussion of this conference, I would like to invite Dr. 𝗶𝗵𝗵𝐷 from International Islamic University Islamabad to chair the discussion on a fully riba-free economy, can it sustain and flourish? Welcome on stage, sir. I kindly request the following panelists to join us on stage for the discussion. Dr. 𝗠𝗵 Ahmad Sheikh, Director, Islamic Economics Project from Karachi. Dr. Rizwan Malik, Head of AOFI from Bahrain. Please welcome on stage. Mr. Faiz Nasir, Assistant Director, Mudaraba Wing from SECP, Pakistan. Please join us on stage. I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr Siddiq to handle the proceedings from here onwards. I kindly request Sheikh Shabbir Hassan Masami, Chairman of As-Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking, Finance and Takaful, to join us on stage for the panel discussion.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال الله تبارك وتعالى في كلامه المجيد أحل الله البيع وحرم الربا. Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Great scholars, audience, students. I would like to thankful Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝐻𝗵𝐿 and his team, and also congratulate them on the conducting of 6th World Islamic Economic and Finance Conference, and also well wishes and pray for Amul that may Allah bless this institution to participate a great, memorable, historic role in the history forever. Today our topic is panel discussion, a fully riba-free economy, can it sustain and flourish? For this session, let me introduce briefly the panelist, Dr. 𝗠𝗵 Ahmad Sheikh. He is a Director, Islamic Economic Project. Sheikh Shabbir Hassan Masami, Chairman, As-Sadiq Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance and Takaful. And on my right side, Dr. Rizwan Malik. He belongs from IOFI, Bahrain. And Mr. Faiz Nasir, Assistant Director, Mudaraba Wing, Islamic Finance Department, Security and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. So these are the honorable panelists. Let me briefly tell you that Islamic finance started in Pakistan in 2004. But strong, solid, and a loud voice in the favor of Islamic banking, financial, and economic system, the loud voice first ever hit the ears was the voice of Sheikhul Islam, Professor Dr. Tahir Qadri in 90s. Researchers, academia, scholars, all of aware that the first ever book manual on this topic was written by Professor Dr. Tahir Qadri. So it is a great contribution that he had a vision, and today we see that Islamic banking and financial system in Pakistan is flourishing. Now, moving forward toward our panel, the topic is a fully riba-free economy, can it sustain and flourish? So let's start with the questions we will I will put in front of the panelists. I will start from Sheikh Shabir Hassan Masumi. Sir, after the Federal Shariat Court judgment that government should have Islamized the economy, and it gave 5 years, and inshallah we see that the future of Islamic banking and finance is bright in Pakistan, as the State Bank of Pakistan has already closed to issue the license to the interest-based conventional banking. Now the new bank will be opened, that will be Islamic Bank. So now, sir, in the light of the Federal Shariat Court judgment, what challenges do you see for a riba-free economy, specifically in the current situation of Pakistan economy? Sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah 𝗍 𝗓. First of all, my best regards for Allama Tahir al-Qadri, Hafidhullah Ta'ala, who paved the way for an Islamic economic system through his teachings, and my regards to Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin, who has been working very hard since his young age, although he's still young, but he has been working since long, and I am really happy to come here today and see the university also and the conference. Congratulations. May Allah bless you all. I pray to Allah that inshallah you become the pioneer of making Pakistan riba free, inshallah. As far as the question is concerned, my style of talking is quite different. Sometimes people say, I don't know, abusive. Sometimes they say you try to create problems for people who are calling you for the conference. We are trying to jump into Pakistan through parachute. You know what's parachute jumping? You come from up and you just enter. You might fall or you might land. We are trying to push Islamic economy in a system which is non-Islamic. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu udkhulu fis-silmi kaffa. मैं स्पीच देने नहीं आया हूं, लेकिन मेरे दिल की बात, I have to express myself. Islam does not accept part-time Muslim. Islam does not make Eid Muslim. Islam does not accept Ramadanul Mubarak Muslim. Islam does not accept a person who does not enter Islam kaffa. His body language, his style of working, his dress, his thinking, everything has to be Islamic. My question is, my media against Quran, I'm sorry. Although I have created a TV channel, but then I left it. Quran says, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ يُحِبُّونَ أَن تَشِيَ الْفَاحِشَةَ فِي الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا. Those who like to spread Ishai Fahisha among those who are pious people, Amanu. For them it's Azab Alim. I go out from here till Islamabad, I just see advertisements which are non-Islamic. No one cares. And once on television, I just spoke out about an advertisement. I was condemned, I was criticized that you don't properly follow the ethics of television. Ladies without hijab coming on television. Brothers and sisters, honorable scholars, either we are Muslims and Abdullah, or we are Abdullah. We recite in namaz, اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. Then why we are not trying to move towards Sirat al-Mustaqim? I respect the judgment of Sharia appellate bench. I respect all these things. But unless and until we inculcate love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the hearts of people, nothing is going to work. A simple sentence. O creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, don't you think Allah loves you? Allah cares for you? Was there any harm in making riba halal? He would have made it halal for you. Just like you eat meat without slaughtered, not allowed. All the laws of Islam are because they are beneficial for humanity. We need to make people understand. Ittaqullah. Care for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah will guide you. So, first of all, let's inculcate love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in hearts of people. Once love is created, everyone is going to accept Islamic financial system in the best possible way. So don't try to come from parachute, try to sow the seed. What is my educational system? It does not speak a word of Islamic economics. Does not make my child understand what is riba, what is halal, what is haram. Just few things which are important, but not enough. Dr. Hussain, please make a syllabus through your honorable university for schools and colleges which has the basic concept of Islam and which creates a clarification. Why riba is haram? Why non-zabiyah is haram? Why alcohol is haram? Just telling them it is haram does not satisfy. Now it's past space era. So first of all, start from the base. Teach your child, educate him, make him understand Allah has made halal because of this, Allah has made haram because of this. Secondly, we have not tried to touch those people who are in villages, small towns. Our 𝗈𝐬𝐥𝐚, we call them 𝗈𝐬𝐥𝐚. Okay. Our 𝗈𝐬𝐥𝐚, they are our bases. People follow them blindly. We never contacted. One of the Takaful companies, I am Sharia advisor also, and also Sharia advisor, member Sharia Advisory Board, State Bank of Pakistan. There also I spoke out. I said, you never go to those people who are the bases. 70% of the people in Pakistan, as far as I have been told, don't go for banking, whether conventional or Islamic. Let's go there, teach them, guide them, help them. Now, because my time is finishing, I'm just trying to go out of my system, my topic of discussion. You know, $3 trillion were there in cryptocurrencies. I have my exact figures. FTX just moved out 1.64 or 1.67 trillion dollars. Sir, where is banking system, whether conventional or Islamic? We could not attract those $3 trillion. It means there is something lapsing over here and we need to correct it. And one last word and then I'll give my mic back to... In Karachi, a lady was running a system which is known as BC, we call it committee, right? And she very simply swept away 2 billion rupees from common people. My sisters, some of your family members might also have faced it. How come my Islamic banking system could not make my sisters and my daughters understand that this is beneficial and this is where your money will not run away? The system is quite weak. The target is very difficult, but we cannot leave it. We have to think over it and find ways out. I'm sorry for taking a minute or two extra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheikh Shabir Hussain Masmi. So, if I drive from his discussion the challenges that the HR is the basic challenge for riba-free economy, because when there will be Islamization of economy, the government and the institution will also demand the people with the degree of Islamic economics and finance. So inshallah we are hopeful. It was a time that in Pakistan it was only my school of Islamic Banking and Finance, International Islamic University, was offering the degrees in BS, MS and PhD Islamic Banking and Finance. But now I can mention an esteemed institution after International Islamic University that is giving to the society a good HR, the Sharia scholars as well as with those are weaponed with the modern economics and finance education, is the Minhaj University, Lahore School of Economics. Inshallah, this we are hopeful. Now, my question to Dr. Salman Ahmad Sheikh. Doctor, what is your opinion regarding the same question, that is about the challenges for the riba-free economy? On economics grounds, that what do you feel that what would the challenge can be a basic challenge for riba-free economy, sir?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you to the organizers for giving me the opportunity again to speak here, and to the session chair for allowing me to answer this question. First of all, we need to look at what are the challenges of Islamizing the economy and making it riba-free. If we look at the challenges and if we jot down a few of the challenges that we might face in the road towards making Pakistan riba-free, first of all, lack of political will. So we know that in 1991, historic judgment on interest came. So it was decided that bank interest is riba. But then government itself, rather than implementing the decision, went into appeals process, and we know that 30 years of time was wasted in those appeals process and the delaying tactics. And now again, when the Federal Shariat Court's decision came in 2022, after that also some banks, including some government banks as well, went into the appeals process, then they backed out. So all of this shows lack of political will. First of all, we need to be convinced, as Sheikh Masmi has also described. First of all, we have to be convinced that yes, we need to have riba-free economy, and we need to have conviction in that. If we are not confident, if we don't have conviction, definitely our actions would not follow, and that is the biggest problem, the lack of political will. Then second problem is the policy inconsistency. So what we see is that some bills are passed, like in Punjab as well, that the private loaning of money on interest basis is now prohibited, but then the conventional banking is doing interest-based banking, and that is still legal. So there is policy inconsistency as well. On one side, we are saying that private lending business should not be on the basis of interest. On the other hand, we are allowing conventional banking to operate freely. So that is where we also need to look at the policy inconsistency feature. Very recently, State Bank of Pakistan has given 5 licenses to digital banks, and all of these are conventional banks. So this does not show political will or policy consistency to allow Islamic banking to flourish, because if we are starting a new segment and right at the very start we are starting it through conventional banking, then definitely this is not the step in the right direction. Another challenge is lack of coordination. So when we are talking about Islamizing the whole economy, then a lot of departments, a lot of government functionaries would be involved. The monetary policy side, the fiscal policy side, the public policy side. So all of these have to be on the same page. And lack of awareness among customers is a problem. But when we talk about the stakeholders, the broader stakeholders, the policymakers, the legislators, the judges, who are to give decisions and who are to make regulatory changes, they are not aware of Islamic banking, and they are not sold to the idea of Islamic banking. So that is where another challenge comes in. And regulatory challenges are also very important, especially in the aftermath of 18th Amendment. So now a lot of laws have provincial jurisdiction, and some laws have national level jurisdiction. So we need to see that all of these laws have to be aligned to make riba-free economy possible. So for instance, if interest-based lending is not allowed in Punjab, but is allowed in other provinces, so that is not going to be, paving the way for Islamizing or making the economy riba-free. Now, when it comes to whether it is doable, Whether riba-free economy is doable? Yes, I think so, because now we do not need to start from the scratch. In a lot of product segments, Islamic banking is already making a headway. It has 20% share in overall banking. The largest asset management company in Pakistan is also a Sharia-compliant asset management company with the name of Al-Mizan. In the Mudarba sector, we see a lot of Mudarba companies. In Takaful sector as well, we are seeing a lot of penetration. And the market which is not tapped is huge, and that is not captured by conventional banking and also not by Islamic banks. So the new market segments are also there for Islamic banks to grab, for Islamic financial institutions to grab. So we do not have to start from the scratch. It's not like 90s where we were just conceptualizing whether Islamic banking can work, whether Islamic finance can work. Now all we need to do is to basically scale up already what we have achieved. And there is evidence of doing successful transformation. Faisal Bank is a very good example. It was a huge bank, conventional bank, and it got transformed into a full-fledged Islamic bank. So if Faisal Bank can do it, Bank Al-Falah can also do it, Bank Al-Habib can also do it. Summit Bank has now shown commitment to Islamize its overall banking to Islamic. So all of these are very good steps, and we need to have not only organic growth but inorganic growth as well. Like if the institution themselves come into picture and they make a transformation plan and they make themselves open to doing Islamic banking and becoming a full-fledged Islamic bank, then definitely the growth in the market share can increase exponentially. And in the non-banking sector, there is much less challenge because the market is not that huge and Islamic segments are already doing really well. Now, my final point is about what steps are needed. So some points which I would like to highlight is that coordination and commitment is needed. We need to have conviction like Sheikh Masmi had also described. We need to also have transformation plans coming from banks. They need to give 5-year plan that how they are going to be making themselves transformed into a riba-free banking system, and also government also needs to play a very active role. Because in banking we have 20% share, but in public finance the share of sukuk through which Islamic instruments are being used in public finance, the share is only 2%. So government is utilizing Islamic finance for its public finance needs only to the extent of 2%. So government has to make a plan that first of all it should disallow all the state-owned enterprises to take interest-based loans, and then it should transform its own departments on interest-free basis, and then gradually a stepwise plan has to be made. A strategic plan has to be there. Policy consistency is very necessary. Departments need to be made. We need to not rely on individuals like Senator Mushtaq Saab or Senator Muhammad Ali or some individuals. If they raise voices, let's say if the government changes, then these voices are no longer there. So we need to have permanent steering committees, permanent standing committees, permanent departments in the State Bank of Pakistan and also in the Ministry of Finance, so that this transformation of the overall economy can be done. We have the example of Iran, we have the example of Sudan. So the whole economy can be Islamized. We need to have conviction, we need to have commitment, and this goal can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salman Ahmad Sheikh, for your valuable points and a conclusive answer to the question. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rizwan the question is, Doctor, that what steps are needed for riba-free economy, and some have Dr. Salman Ahmad has answered, but I also want to take your opinion on this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abu Bakr. I think it's a pleasure once again to be part of this panel. It is one of the important panels. In fact, this panel should have been the first panel as we start this important conference on day one. Perhaps the topic of the panel discussion is if a riba-free economy can sustain. Perhaps we can have 100,000 reasons of any one particular thing that we don't want to do. We can have 100,000 excuses around that of not doing that action. In fact, I think the commitment on day one should be why it cannot flourish, why cannot it sustain, and why an economy other than one that is in line with Sharia principles. So it is indeed, just to answer your question, I think Sheikh Sabir Saab and Brother Dr. Salman has highlighted very importantly some very important points and significant points. It is my belief that a system that is based on riba cannot flourish. And we have seen this with the conventional financial system that we are part of, that the Sheikh Saab had highlighted or alluded to. we have seen that system failing. We have seen capitalism failing. And we have seen the economy, the financial economy failing. And we have seen it a number of times, not once. And I think that is where the learning is coming from. If an economy is based on other than what Islam has asked for, or if an economy is not based in line with Sharia principles, then how can it flourish? So that would be my first submission, that we have to have a conviction that only if an economy is based on Sharia principles, it can flourish. We have to have that conviction among ourselves, within our banks, within our financial institutions, within our stakeholders, within our households. And I think that's what Sheikh 𝗶𝗵 has alluded to, that we cannot be a part-time Muslim. There is nothing like it. Either you are a Muslim or you're not a Muslim, right? So similarly, it reminds me of another statement. It was shared by another professor, and he said, Muslims generally worry about halal food, and they don't worry about halal income. So that's again another thing that reminds us that it's an important reminder for all of us. It's a very deep thing. At times that we worry about what we are going to eat. Is it halal? Is it ziba? Has it done in the proper way? Has the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala been taken before we kind of slaughter the animal? That is a very important thing. But when it comes to income, we don't talk about it. So we need to have this conviction to start with, that an economy only based on Islamic principles can flourish and sustain. We have seen the examples in the conventional economic system, time and again, the financial crisis, the LIBOR trading, the lack of ethics, the lack of governance, all of this has made a significant contribution towards the downturn of a conventional economy, and we see that more recent in the form of inflation, which all of us can relate, right? I mean, the prices of everything has increased in the last number of years. So I think that's important. Why has there been so much of inflation? So those important things needs to be discussed. Now, as I said, I think we need to have this conviction around that we cannot have an economy other than one riba. What can we do? What needs to be done? There are different steps that all of us as stakeholders need to take. Coming from a regulator, I heard that a regulator in the local market said that after the federal Shariat court ruling that the share of Islamic banking would increase to 35% in the next 2 years. That perhaps may not help us in achieving the 5-year status, right, or the 5-year conversion status. Perhaps we need to think a little bit higher. We need to think about a higher number for us to aim. So at least when we fall on a tree. We don't fall on the ground. And that has to be a more than the share of the industry that we're targeting at. So perhaps definitely at the policy level, I think institutions need to play a higher role in terms of setting the plan, setting the tone. Yes, political will is very important. And so is the will of the people here. I think it's very important for us to, take it not what Sheikh Saab mentioned, the parachute approach, rather, sowing an organic, talking about an organic growth from the bottom up. So I think that's very important. So policymakers need to have a national level strategy on how to achieve this, 5-year strategy in line with the Federal Shariat Code. They need to ask the local banking and finance industry about their plan on how they're going to contribute to that, which is going to contribute to the overall economy. So that's the number one factor. Have the regulator asked the banks and the financial institution about their conversion strategy? Perhaps maybe not as yet, but I think that is the way forward. We need to understand each and every bank, what are they going to do for us to convert? If Faisal Bank has converted, which definitely all other banks can convert as well, how long would it take for them to convert their conventional portfolio to Islamic? I think that's an important question that central bank or the SECP has to ask both the banking industry and the Takaful and the other non-banking industry. So I think that needs to be in place. We already have. You see, we don't have to develop something from scratch. The big example of Faisal Bank is out there already. We just need to replicate it. How were they able to convert? They may have taken a little bit longer time in terms of conversion, but how can we do the same in a more efficient manner? I think that's perhaps we need to learn from. We need to learn from that example. We already have global standard setting bodies in place in the form of AOFI, in the form of IFSB, in the form of IIFM. These are global standard setting bodies whose standards are already adopted in our country, both by the State Bank of Pakistan as well as SECP. So how can we ensure that we benefit from this global benchmark? We don't have to go back to reinventing the wheel, rather benefit from these standard setting bodies, which other markets are doing. And let me give you a good example. Brother Salman mentioned about Iran and Sudan. There are other markets like Libya, like Afghanistan, like Ethiopia, like Somaliland. These are the countries that are, and Iraq, these are the countries that are in the process of transforming their economy to Sharia compliant. We are not the only one, and yes, probably we are one of the most important ones, but we are not the only one. So we may need to take up our pace, pick up on these developments, and learn from these global practices. Maybe there is no, when we talk about a central bank, there is no Islamic central bank. Perhaps we have an opportunity here to have a central bank which is Sharia, fully Sharia compliant. It may not be easy, but perhaps I think we need to take up that approach. So perhaps I think that is something. Tone at the government level that Brother Salman mentioned is something very important. Of course, without that, we won't be able to achieve anything meaningful for us going forward. We need to have more active dialogues. Yes, one easy example is we may be able to convert all of our economy into Sharia compliant, but maybe perhaps not the international borrowing, which we are more heavily dependent on. So that may be a challenge for us to convert into Sharia compliant, but perhaps the government is already taking action, and I think more effort needs to be in place. Rather than going to IMF, maybe perhaps having a same dialogue with Islamic Development Bank, which already it got some funds more lately. Having the dialogue with Asian Development Bank. Those are the markets which actually understand Islamic finance. IMF may not understand Islamic finance. So maybe going forward, at the local level, there is a need to stop conventional instruments, be it a conventional banking license, conventional insurance license. We need to promote more Islamic finance transactions, all the debt-based transactions, the liquidity crisis that earlier we alluded to can be overcome through the issuing of more local sukuk or Islamic debt instrument. We have a lot of liquidity in the market. How can government, the local banking industry, help and support the government in achieving its budget deficit? So I think that's important, where we can play a role. And I think certainly we need to have a conviction. All of us here are stakeholders of Islamic banking and finance. We need to have a responsibility of going back and ensuring that we understand this subject better. When a conventional benchmark is being followed or being transcribed by the regulators, we don't usually question that. But when it comes to a Sharia compliant one, we tend to ask 100 questions on why do we have to follow this. So no ifs and buts, rather there is a one way or the highway. That's an approach that we need to take forward. And each and every individual of us here have this responsibility upon us to take this back. No matter you are a banking student, you are not a banking student, you are a mechanical engineer, you are a whatever profession, you are a doctor, you are medicine, whoever you are, this is all relevant to all of us. And I think we need to make sure that we remain relevant to it and play a part in its development. So those are some things. I think I'm running out of my time, but I'll stop here for a minute, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan, for valuable comments. And now we have only 7 minutes.
Sure.
And then now the question to the final panelist, Mr. Faiz Nasif from Islamic Finance Department of Security Exchange Commission, Pakistan, Islamabad. Now the question is, because you belong to the institution which is the regulatory body, so what is the potential role you see of SECP regarding a riba-free economy?
𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵𝐵𝐵 رَبِّ اشْرَحْ لِي صَدْرِي وَيَسِّرْ لِي أَمْرِي وَاحْلُلْ عُقْدَةً مِنْ لِسَانِي يَفْقَهُوا قَوْلِي. First of all, I would like to extend the gratitude and my earnest congratulations to the organizers for organizing such a fabulous conference. We are pretty much hopeful that such a conferences, such an events will certainly help in uplifting the potential of Islamic finance in Pakistan. As far as the question is concerned, and being representing one of the apex regulator of the Pakistan, that what potential does the SECP sees in the market of Islamic finance in the light of the judgment of Federal Shariat Court, which has already declared the banking riba as haram and has devised all the provincial and the federal government to amend their laws as per the Sharia by 2027, December 31st. So what SCCP is being doing on that, I would just like to apprise you, and it was also highlighted by our Commissioner Saab yesterday in the keynote speech. At SCCP, we are envisaging, we are foreseeing to have a dedicated Islamic Finance Act, as it is available in the Malaysia Islamic Financial Services Act, and the Turkey is also working on the Participationary Act. So on the line with all the developments in the Turkey, in the developments in the Malaysia, SCCP is also in the process of drafting a law, which is an umbrella overarching law, and which would cover all these segments, including the banking, including the non-banking sector, takaful, Islamic capital market. It would be an enabling law. So it's in the process, and inshallah ta'ala we foresee and we look forward to place the bill in the National Assembly by the June 30, 2023, inshallah. This is one of the major development we are foreseeing. Next thing is this, that for going for a conversion policy or a time-bounded action plan, as it was highlighted by the respectable panelist, we have conducted an independent diagnostic review of the non-banking Islamic financial sector in Pakistan. We have met with the key stakeholders. In light of their recommendations, we have drafted a few challenges, few issues, and recommended the policy interventions, what we can do in order to develop the Islamic finance. And we assure you, in the light of those recommendations, we shall be having an action plan, a time-bounded action plan, maybe for like 2025, which would clearly highlight our milestones that what we are going to, first of all, we will look forward towards the low-hanging fruits, and then we will go towards the areas that need the sensitization and the development in respect to the Islamic finance. One more thing I would like to add, as rightly highlighted by the Sheikh Shabir Hussain Saab and my brother Rizwan, that we are pretty much concerned about when it comes to the halal food. Exactly, but we are not so much willful that what are the sources from where we are driving that income. People always talk about that Islamic finance is just replica of a conventional system. And I would just mention an example, always I give it. We all are well versed with the, I'm not here for the marketing of the McDonald's, but I'm just trying to highlight that we have a Big Mac over here in Pakistan that is perfectly halal, and we have that Big Mac in some European country that has the same ingredients, same pattern, same taste, but that's unhalal. So what makes that unhalal is basically the slaughtering. Basically the process under which the meat is slaughtered makes it haram. Whereas in Pakistan or any other Muslim country, that is halal. So outcome may look like the same, but the underlying processes and underlying agreements, underlying contracts are Islamic. That makes one thing halal and the other one haram. So we need to understand, have to have the conviction that it is the only viable solution available for the transformation, or for the sustainability, for the prosperity of the humanity. Islamic finance, as per the World Bank's report, Islamic finance can and have the potential to cater all the SDGs, because it has the inclusivity. It helps in the financial inclusion. It can mobilize the financials through the channels of the zakah, through the channels of waqf that can be used for the charitable purposes. So it is sustainable. It is the system that is the only viable solution. And what I would just like to end with the few things that I have mentioned, that for the capacity building and for the awareness creation and for developing that conviction, we are already on our toes, and we want that the Islamic finance should be the conduit for the financial solutions. And it does have the features, when we go for like theoretical things, the features of an efficient economic system, features of an efficient financial system, Islamic financial system does have all those features. So it is based on the risk sharing. It is based on the asset size, asset-based financing. It's not about the risk transfer. It's about the risk sharing. So all these features make it sustainable. And just to conclude with the one word, Sheikh Saab mentioned that it's not an overnight thing. We have tested this thing way back in the 80s when our approach was pragmatically the one of the best approach, but it failed because they tried to just transform things overnight. That failed. So I believe in the gradualism. I believe in setting these small targets, achieving them, then setting the small targets. This is how we can achieve some targets by the 2027, inshallah. Thank you so much.
And Jazakallah, thank you, Mr. Faiz, for your valuable comments. Now, toward the concluding this panel, now I would like just to highlight two things for the students and the researchers who are here, that Islamic financial system is more innovative, more sustainable as compared to the conventional system. Conventional system has nothing but it has just jugglery. Just jugglery, that they have just only one mode of financing, and that is the loan, Qarz. Just they have single mode of finance. They modify it and call it current account. They modify it, just name it saving account. They just modify it, name it lease. They just name it, and etc. etc. But they are using actually just single mode. On the other hand, Islamic banking system is more innovative because each product have a different mode of finance, salam, diminishing musharka, and the combined contractual. So Islamic financial system is more productive, more sustainable, and for that, the riba-free economy, we have in-box solution and we have out-of-the-box solution. In-box solution means that the economists think that if there is a money market, on the y-axis there is an interest rate, so which tool will be replaced to control the money supply? So we will eradicate the interest rate, then we can introduce any government tax, the controlling other figures also. So this is in-box solution. Going to the out-of-the-box solution means that we are not slave of this capitalistic structure. That's why we have to accept the conventional capitalistic model of money market. We will have to go to our own Islamic model. So when we see that there are only short-term monetary tools, T-bills, etc., we also have our own Islamic financial modes, salam, musharka, sukuk, istisna, etc. And we have to focus our natural resources. Then we can issue our sukuk, and that issuing the sukuk will give you two benefits, that it will increase real activity and it will increase your real GDP. On the other side, that when you print money in the capitalistic structure and control money supply, it just leads toward your nominal GDP, which increase your inflation, and we are facing such problem in this economy that we are increasing interest, and the banking sector are printing money, making money without doing anything. So riba-free economy is more sustainable, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for increasing our knowledge. I kindly request Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗶H 𝗵𝗷 to please come in front of the stage to distribute the shields to the honorable panelists. Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Dr. Mughith Shaukat, Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut, please come in front of the stage to distribute shields. The first shield is Professor Dr. 𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵. Please come in front of the stage. The first shield is going to be distributed to Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr Siddiq. A big round of applause for Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr Siddiq. The second shield is presented to Sheikh Shabbir Hassan Masami, A big round of applause for Sheikh Shabbir Hassan Masumi. The next shield is presented to Dr. Salman Ahmad Sheikh. A big round of applause for Dr. Salman Ahmad Sheikh. The next shield is presented to Dr. Rizwan Malik. A big round of applause for Dr. Rizwan Malik. And finally, the next shield is going to be presented to Mr. Faiz Nasir. A big round of applause for Mr. Faiz Nasir. Twice, yes. Faiz, Mr. Faiz Nasir, sorry. Thank you very much. You may take your seats now. We are going for a very important announcement. We're going towards a launching ceremony of 2 books by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵 and 1 book by Vice Chancellor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad.
We're just setting up the stage.
The first book of today, which is going to be launched, is the book written by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵, which is entitled as Islamic Microfinance, Global Developments, Models and Future Prospects. I kindly request the honorable speakers to come in front of stage for the launching ceremony. The book is entitled Islamic Microfinance, Global Developments, Models and Future Prospects. A big round of applause for this great milestone achieved by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵. The book provides an overview of the history and development of Islamic microfinance and its current global status. This book presents a new classification of different Islamic microfinance which are being in practice as well as proposed in theory. The book identifies some of the challenges facing the development of Islamic microfinance. The book also highlights the future prospects of Islamic microfinance, including its potential to promote financial inclusion and poverty alleviation. The book provides case studies of Islamic microfinance in various countries around the world. And finally, the book also includes a discussion on fintech and Islamic microfinance and how Islamic microfinance financial institutions can leverage and harness the use of technology in their operations, product development, processes, and customer relations.
Now is the time to launch the second book written by Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵, Environmental Sustainability and Islamic Ethics. The close link of environmental sustainability, maintenance, and Islamic teachings are closely linked. Ladies and gentlemen, Environmental Sustainability and Islamic Ethics by Professor Dr. 𝗠𝗵𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝗵. This book provides a synthesis that environmental sustainability and Islamic ethics are closely linked, as Islamic teachings place a strong emphasis on preserving the natural world and protecting the environment. It is worth noting that this book also discusses that the Islamic perspective on environmental sustainability is not limited to religious texts, but also includes the use of scientific research and evidence-based approaches to addressing environmental issues. Last but not the least, this book encapsulates the discussion on the reasons and impact of environmental hazards and climate change from a macro perspective that leads to the discussion on how sustainability can be achieved by following Islamic guiding principles. Thank you. Now we are launching our third book. This is authored by Dr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗷 Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. The title of the book, and it is written in Urdu, Musalsal Safar Mein Hain. It is a memoir and autobiography of Dr. 𝗠𝗶H𝗵𝗷, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. A big round of applause, dear audience, and congratulations, sir. Now we move on to our fifth keynote speech of this conference. And this is the second last speech of this closing ceremony. I would like to request Professor Dr. Mehmet Balut, Professor of Islamic Economics and ex-President, Sabahattin Zaim University from Istanbul, Turkey, to kindly come on stage and address the audience.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. I am very honored to be here today. I would like to thank to the administration and management of Minhaj University for inviting me here and for organizing this very fruitful, very good conference. So, no. Please put, I also now would like to launch a book. This is, this is the project on Ottoman cash waqf. It is 14 volume. We worked with 20 scholars, more than 10 years in the archives on this project, and Alhamdulillah, we finished the project. From the archives, we translated the waqfiyas from Ottoman Turkish and Arabic to modern Turkish, but you can also use it because for every document, more than 1,000 waqfiyah, you can find the summary of each document for each waqfiyah in English, in Turkish, and in Arabic. So this is our heritage for the issue that we are discussing in these 2 days. And now I would like to continue with my presentation. The issue is just now we discussed, is it possible a free interest, free riba economy today? I would like to show you that when the Muslims faced with this second challenge that yesterday we discussed, this interest issue, as you know, it was exist in all history. Is that okay? There is a mark, so you will help me. Interest was exist in every society, in every civilization, in every religion, I would say, in Mecca, in Medina, in Europe, in Asia. It was not accepted by scholars and by society, by law or by ethics. Till what time? Till modern times. First time in Amsterdam, this institution, bank with interest, was accepted by the state and by the society. Till that time, it was unacceptable by any society. This is very crucial that we were discussing today. Is it possible free riba economy? So that means the economy that we are living in today with interest-based economy is unnatural. It is just for recent 3 centuries. Before that time, in all of the world, this interest-based economy was unacceptable by law or by ethics. This is very crucial. So at that time, when we faced as Muslims, the representative of the Muslims were, one of the most important state empire was the Ottoman Empire, and they were neighbors of the Europeans. When they faced with this challenge, what kind of institution and system they introduced? They innovate cash waqfs. Instead of banks with interest, they innovate cash waqfs, and they first in Europe, this institution was appeared in Ottoman Europe, in the Balkans, based on waqf system. They established a free riba economy based on waqfs. This is the project that I show now. So, as you see, now the capitalist powers, developed countries like United States, Japan, Germany, UK, France, Italy, and Canada, these are G7, their GDP was higher than emerging 7, like China, India, Brazil, Russia, Indonesia, Mexico, and Turkey. Till what time? Till 2014. At that time, in that year, in 2014, these emerging 7 became bigger than developed these capitalist countries. And see, in 2050, can you see how much higher, bigger will be these emerging economies? So that means the world economy, the center of the world economy, is moving from the west to the east. Till the middle of 19th century, by the way, Asia, eastern part of the world, were more important, more productive than the West, than Europe and United States, America. Now again, the history is playing its role, and so what I would like to say, you are the future. Who are you? The Asians and the Muslims. Muslims will try replay their role in history. We were out of history in recent 150 years as Muslims, but now we are coming again. But in which way, it is very important. So the issues that today we discussed, our responsibility increased very much in recent 2 days. We made very big sentences. We declared very big issues. We have to do that. We have to introduce these systems, and we have to take the responsibilities and to realize these theoretical matters to practice, inshallah. So our responsibility, this is my feeling, it's, more than yesterday. And inshallah, we will try to do that. Please. So, the center of the civilizations were the Fertile Crescent, as you know, Mediterranean and civilization. Please go ahead fast. And Islamic world is, within this part of the world, this was the prophets' places, the center of the prophetic civilization. And the conquest of Ottomans after the Seljuk Empire, I tried to show you there, day by day. The critical thing is for the Ottomans after the collapse of Seljuk Empire in Anatolia, they were divided to several states, small states. All the others tried to control the other one, but the Ottomans focused on the West, towards the West, to expand the Islamic message. This is very critical for big entities. If you concentrate in a right way on Sirat-i Mustaqim, don't worry, you will be bigger. But if you are losing your energy to criticize your brother, sister, your friend, you will lose your energy. In recent age, in 20th century, we as Muslims has done these things. We lost our energy. And I hope in the future we will concentrate on a right way. Please. So, trade road, there is a Silk Road. It is important in history. On this way, when the Muslims were controlling Silk Road, we were the key player in the world economy. And, with Europeans covered or discovered a new trade road, something started to change in the world economy. When they reached to Asia, European capitalist nations, till that time there was a real, just, fair market economy. And there were a sharing economy. But then they destroyed this economy and they monopolized with their mercantilist mentality. They start to control everything. From that time till present time, their mentality is to monopolize, to control capital, labor, all kinds of sources. But we, in our system, in our mentality, we are sharing. We have sharing economy. So with this time, there is a paradigm that is the rising of the West and decline of the rest till the present time, and now something is changing. So why we need these issues, to discuss these issues? There is a Eurocentric approach that two very strong paradigms. One is with Al-Ghazali, we lost our creativity and our productive mentality. This is not right. We have to reconsider, rethinking these issues. This is for our intellectual capacity. The second wrong thing is Eurocentric approach. With the rise of the West, we declined. Again, just one example, very recent research by 𝗠𝗵𝐵𝗵𝗷. He made a book on comparison between West and China, and he come to the conclusion that in 1830s, Chinese Yalta Delta is richer than London and Manchester. This is very recent book by 𝗠𝗵𝐵𝗵𝗷. There is a Californian school. So this is, a new approach. If we make some new research, we will see that till 20th century, at least till the middle of 19th century, maybe except two very small countries, England and Dutch Republic, and they are very small countries, except this, from all other parts of the world. I know the Ottoman story. the Ottomans are richer, more productive, more efficient. So what happens after the collapse of this empire? It is an important issue. So we need to cover first what they have done when the modern capitalism was established and when this capitalist system was expanding in the world. What kind of reaction, or is any reaction, or they followed their own way by economic, social, financial, political, educational system, what they have done. So we need to know this background for, takeoff. We need this knowledge, I think. So when we look at the literature, I would like to, suggest you for rethinking the modern capitalist system by reading Zombart, Weber, Max Weber, Fernand Braudel, and Immanuel Wallerstein. And for Ottoman economic system, we have Barkan, Halil İnalcık, Mehmet Genç, Tabakoğlu. And for financial system, Şevket Pamuk, Çizakça, and Özcan can be read to, recover this story. So capitalism is based, on private property. We have it. Freedom, we have it as Muslims, as Islamic system, but I think the main driving force for capitalism was so many things, but two things are very critical. When you read the book of Werner Zombart, you will see 18 different institutions. But two of them, I would like to mention two of them. One is banks with interest, and the other is joint stock companies. The Muslims could not accept these institutions. Look at the Ottomans. Ottomans accepted this in very recent, last period of the Ottoman Empire, during their modernization process. So this, is very critical institutions that the critical issue is to take the rights of the others with interest, and with, in that kind of type of company, it's possible, but I do not like to take your more time. So interest is a financial instrument for financing the system, economy, and the Ottomans, introduced the cash fax, as I tried to explain, to focus not just cash fax. Before cash fax, there was a traditional Waqf system. And in Islamic civilization, I think, Waqf as a third sector, in addition to public and private, it's very, very crucial. Today, we are trying to explain within the context of Islamic social finance, for daily issues, for sustainability, for the big challenge today, this third sector is very important, not just for financial system, but also for the other real economy. Third sector, Waqf sector, Islamic social finance is very crucial, I would like to stress. So the Ottoman is a kind of Waqf civilization. When you look at the Ottoman system, you will find the Waqfs for the birds, the Waqfs for the horses that we are getting on from the morning till evening. They put some time in a day for refreshment. For the oxen, cultivation, they put some regulations for the oxen. Not they do not think just the rights of the human being for exploitation. They also protect the rights of the animals and the rights of the other creations. So that means they established, in addition to individual education and awareness, they also established the institutions for this kind of awareness and, to protect the nature, human beings, small nature, small, globe and big mizan in the world. So, can you change, please? Historically, I would not like to mention so many things, but from the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he also encouraged to establish this kind of institutions, because this is the biggest investment. When we have finished our life in this world, everything will finish, everything will stop, except three things, and you know what is there. All of them belongs to this mentality. So, Waqf and development, today I am trying to underline this Waqf institution as a third sector can play very critical role for infrastructure projects, for energy projects, for, not just small projects, but also for big projects we can use them. Change, please. So, I will focus again, I will come to this Ottoman Waqf system, and especially to the cash Waqfs. This, the Ottomans used this institution to finance education, health sector, infrastructure, trading, crafts industry, from social to economic needs. They used this institution, but when the establishment of modern capitalist system was exist, then they introduced a new institution. It was cash Waqfs. Please change it. And these cash Waqfs are the Waqfs that their entire or a portion of capital was formed with cash money. Pioneers of modern Islamic financial institutions, I would like to underline that the Muslims' Islamic finance and banking heritage did not start in the second half of 20th century, but it starts in the 15th century. We have a long historical background on this Islamic finance and, banking industry. So I tried to show these institutions, and also I prepared, these are the institutions, Islamic financial institutions, and the second book is on history of Islamic economic thought. Maybe first time, it is now in Turkish. We prepared a book from Imam Azam Ebu Hanife as economic thinker till the very recent 21st century economic thinkers. For every age, we selected at least 2 or 3 economic thinkers, Islamic economic thinkers. We connected, this our big heritage. And as you know, in all our universities, I think also in Minhaj University, we are following the Western Orthodox economic thought, starting with Aristotle, starting with Aflatun, and coming until the James Buchanan. But we are not teaching our economic thinkers. So, first, economic thinkers are critical. Then, economic and financial institutions are very critical. So, these are the examples for, so just an attempt to for awareness, inshallah, can be a sadaqah jariyah. So these cash works first appeared as religious institutions to finance the services in the mosques, in the masjids, in the Balkans, and then to finance the madrasas. Then we have seen its extent to finance the economy, the entrepreneurs. So, there is also a very big discussion among the scholars. Is it possible to establish a cash waqf? Especially according to Hanefi school, it was not allowed. But the Ottoman ulama followed Imam Abu Zufar, Imam Abu Yusuf, and Imam Abu Muhammad Shaybani, their understanding of the waqf. And based on these three followers, students of Imam Azam Abu Hanifa, then they opened these institutions. Ibn Kemal and Çivizade, Ebu Suud, Bali Efendi and 𝗶𝗵𝐵𝗵𝐵, these are the big names in Ottoman Golden Age, in 16th century. They discussed this issue. Çivizade was the Shaykhul Islam, and he persuaded the Sultan Süleyman Magnificent, and Sultan Süleyman forbade to establish these institutions in 1540s. Then Ebu Suud Efendi, a new Shaykhul Islam, wrote a risale. So before him, Ibn Kemal and Bali Efendi wrote several things, but with that risale, Ebu Suud Efendi solved the problem, and it became again the Sultan allowed. Then these institutions extended from Balkans to Anatolia, to modern Middle East, North Africa, all of the world during, this the expansion time of modern capitalism. And when you look at the Waqfiyas, you can see that the founder of the Waqfiyya and how is the system, how it will work, how, he is making donation, then how system it will be work. And clearly they state that it must be on murabaha, very limited. There is also some, declarations for mudaraba, but mostly modern murabaha system is based on these Ottoman cash box. And we have seen that the modern sukuk is also based on this cash box, starting from very early time. But today, unfortunately, we are not, it's still very limited as it was, discussed here. So I think the time, I extend my time, but the issue is very critical. What I am trying to say, when we look at our heritage, our history, Islamic civilization is really very rich. Me as myself, I am trying to understand my geography, Ottoman civilization, Ottoman economic, financial institutions, and try to see at the same time, make comparison with the modern Western institutions and their heritage. And I have seen that, I can say, till the last period of Ottoman times, we as Muslims really were very successful. But starting after the resign of Sultan 𝗵𝐷𝐿 II, after 1910, something really started to be changed from that time. We entered to the First World War, and in that World War, we as Muslim Turks were fighting against British Empire, French, Russian Empire, Italy, all Western powers. And we won the war. there were industrial revolution. They were the industrialist powers, not just in Dardanelles, in Çanakkale, but also in Hijaz. Under the leadership of Fahrettin Pasha, again we won the war against British Empire. So, and at that time, our Pakistani brothers and sisters, yesterday I visited the grandson of Muhammad Iqbal and his research center, and I have seen the picture. He organized a meeting in Lahore and make a campaign for supporting the Ottoman war, the Muslim Ottomans, Turks, against these Western exploiters. And they collected, the money. Okay, inshallah, I will finish. And they sent this support, and in that meeting, Muhammad Iqbal say these words. When Muhammad Iqbal say, when I died and when I faced with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he will ask me, what kind of present did you bring me from the world that you are coming now? He said, I brought a glass of bold, full glass of bold. This is my present from Ottoman Turks that they are fighting against the exploiters, against the Kafirs. So maybe from that period, we are really feeling very different between Pakistan and Turkey. We are really, when we heard about something from Pakistan, maybe we are concentrating like in any city of Turkey, Turkey. So I would like to conclude by stressing that Indonesia, Pakistan, in Asia, these countries they are very rich in sources, in economic sources. But the most important sources are the young population. Young population. These are the two new stars in Asia. If we can prepare this young generation for the future, by good teaching to cover our heritage, and with, ilm and irfan in balance, not just their mind, but also their heart and their cleaning of the nafs between a balanced fiqh and tasawwuf, and with modern technologies, modern education, that for the future, if we can prepare these young generations, and in Africa, Nigeria, and Tanzania. We can also mention Egypt, these three countries, and in Europe, Turkey. These 6 countries are very, very important. They are very rich with sources, and the most important source is the young generation. We do not have luxury to lose any second. We have to concentrate on good education, establishment of good institutions based on good performance, good quality. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much.
The audience, you can see we are blessed with the rain. So I would like to invite for the closing keynote speech, Professor Dr. 𝗍𝗏 𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝐻𝗵𝐿𝐴, who is the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore. He is also the Senior Fellow at the University of Melbourne. Kindly rise. Applause for Professor Dr. 𝗍𝗏 𝗵𝗷 𝗨𝐻𝗵𝐿𝒀𝗏. He's our most honorable professor, and he's our mentor and the strength behind each and every individual at Minhaj University.
Our request to please remain seated. Hopefully we'll be done soon with this closing session. So I would request all you to please remain disciplined. Thank you.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. With the grace of Almighty Allah and blessings of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we were able to conclude World Islamic and Economics Finance Conference, the 6th edition of that, 2023 today. Here I would like to extend my word of thanks to our national and international collaborators, global universities of Islamic finance, such as INSEF, Malaysia, 𝗏𝗵𝐵 University, Qatar, Cambridge, IFA, UK, EUFI, Bahrain, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, Al-Muakhat, Microfinance, Minhaj Halal Certification, and International Research in Islamic Economics. I also say thanks to our international and national speakers, especially Professor Dr. 𝗏𝗵𝐵𝗵𝐷 𝗨𝗵𝐿, Professor Dr. Mehmet Bulut, Dr. Ehsan Obat, Professor Dr. Munzir Kaf, Dr. Mughis Shaukat, Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan, Professor Dr. Naseem Shah Shirazi, Dr. Rizwan Malik, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, and all those participants, representatives, Sheikh Shabir Hassan Mesmi, and all those participants, representatives of various banks, organizations, and institutions who have been participating in these 2 days conference. I would like to thank you all for taking the time out and joining Minhaj University in this event to propagate and spread the message of Islamic banking, economics, and finance. In total, in these 2 days, there were 4 powerful panel discussions, 10 keynote addresses, and 20 selected papers from more than 30 presenters. 4 books were launched in these 2 days, an international report by Minhaj University, Lahore. Last but not least, it is important to acknowledge the whole team which has done day and night work and put a lot of effort to make this mega event successful as always. Special congratulations to the worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Dr. Khurram Shehzad, the Registrar of the University, and who was also the convener of this conference, and his whole team, and other team members including social media, Minhaj University's media department, Minhajul Quran International's media department, Mass Communication Department, technical teams, management teams, protocol teams, venue management, public relationing team, media affairs, and all the faculty members who have been instrumental in organizing this event. I would like to extend heartiest congratulations to every single of you. This successful event would have not been possible without your great efforts and contributions. I would also like to congratulate Seekers Club, their participants, and the dear students. They have been instrumental in organizing, assisting our international guests, collaborators, venue, food marquees, and everything else. The administration and Department of Administration deserves a lot of congratulations and appreciation for their beautiful management and administration for these 2 days. Alhamdulillah. Dear audience, in these 2 days, I could not mention, rain was another important element of this conference, which came uninvited, but I'm sure that is blessing and a value addition for this conference, inshallah. So I will not take much time. The topic which I actually chose to speak on as the final words of this conference was a very important one and dearer one for especially the Pakistani nation. The inflation, hyperinflation, which the Pakistani nation is facing nowadays. And what kind of lessons we learn from Islamic economics to deal with this inflation. So I will not go further and speak on this topic by looking at this weather conditions. I will just conclude my remarks in words on the final words and synthesis of this conference, which says that these 2 days of conference, they emphasize that there is a need to revitalize Islamic social finance, institutions such as Islamic microfinance, zakat and waqf at the state level through public and private collaboration. It is also suggested that industry needs to pay attention to financial exclusion from the credit side along with the deposit side, as the exclusion on the credit end is very high than the deposit side. It is also highlighted that Islamic economics and finance is a part of halal economy. There is a need for joining and connecting all the sectors such as Islamic finance, tourism, and food to achieve growth and sustainability in all sectors. It is also affirmed that Islamic economics is much bigger than the slogan of just riba-free economy, but it may be starting point to achieve other bigger goals of Islamic economics such as justice, fairness, equal financing opportunity, alleviation of poverty, and unemployment and growth of real economy. Last but not least, a collective and uniform approach should be adopted to Islamize the economy by involving stakeholders not only from Islamic finance industry and academia, but also from other sectors and stakeholders such as economists, businessmen, Chamber of Commerce representatives, and public at large. Without the collaboration between all these sectors in the society, the goal and objective to spread the awareness of Islamic banking and finance and expand and extend the share of Islamic banking and finance in the market would not be possible and is not possible. So this conference call upon all the major stakeholders and shareholders to come together and join hands, academia, banks, professionals, industry. Everyone needs to join hands together for the cause of the betterment of the society, for the cause of poverty alleviation, for the cause of Islamic finance, for the cause of riba-free economy, and for the cause of betterment of Muslim world and our society. And in the end, I would also like to announce the formation of International Council of Islamic Finance, Islamic Economic Development today from this platform, which will have all those members who have been instrumental for last 7 years and have been part and parcel of Minhaj University Lahore in organizing Islamic Economic and Finance Conference. But this time, when we announced to form this council, the international conference, that would not be looking and watching over this international conference, but this council will look after all the major activities related to Islamic economics taking place in Minhaj University Lahore, all the major programs, academic programs, other related programs, as well as this conference. So this committee and university will be notifying all those members and contacting the members after the conference in next few days. But here from this platform, I felt necessary to announce the establishment of this international council, which will further take this whole platform and activities to another level, which is needed, I believe, after the journey of 7 years. We would like to have more serious partners joining hands to establish this platform at another level, at an international level. So I congratulate once again to all the members and participants who have been patient enough to listen to all those great speakers. And I'm sure the students, faculty members, guests, visitors, and delegates from all other institutions and places, you have learned a lot from all these international speakers, experts of Islamic economics and finance from all over the world. And I'm sure this experience will bring you back in Minhaj University Lahore once again next year. And after a 2 years gap, this year we were able to meet physically in person at Minhaj University Lahore. I pray to Allah Almighty that whatever the efforts we are making and putting towards this cause, they all are accepted in the hudur of Allah Almighty, and all these efforts are blessed from the hudur of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so that this cause which we all are working together for, this cause achieves its ultimate objective and success in the society, inshallah. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a great evening and a great year ahead, and see you all back again in January 2024. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I would request Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University Lahore, to kindly join us on stage to announce the awards and the Best Paper Awards. Thank you, sir.
VC साहब को vote of thanks दीजिए.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you must be waiting that who has got the Best Paper Award this year. But before I announce who has got the Best Paper Award. Let me thank various individuals who have worked very, very hard to make this story successful. So I'm very thankful to Dr. Tayyab, Mr. Hasnain, Mr. Umair Abbas, Major Salman Jahangir, Mr. Farhan Javed, Mr. Abdul Rahman, Mr. Nadeem Chaudhary, Mr. Tahir Shakil, Muhsin Sadiq, Ijaz Aslam, Mr. Umar Farooq, Dr. Adil Irfan, Dr. Kashif Durrani, Mr. Shahzad Rasool, Mr. Abdul Hafiz Chaudhary, Mr. Hafizur Rahman Khan, Mr. Qasim Ali Shah, and Minhaj TV, the entire team of Minhaj TV. I'm very grateful and very thankful to all these individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we received number of papers, and out of that, very carefully we selected 20 papers, and then those all 20 papers were forwarded to Best Paper Selection Committee. So at the first stage, the committee selected 10 best paper out of those 20 paper forwarded to them. And at the third stage, out of 10, only one paper is selected. So well done, International Relations Department. You did not get the credit, and the prize doesn't go to you. So this year, the Best Paper Award goes to Mr. Ataul Mustafa. His paper is of Islamic bound sukuk, safe havens for investors, truth or myth. So, lot of congratulations to Mr. Ataul Mustafa. Thank you very much.
I kindly request Vice Chancellor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad to present the Best Paper Award to Mr. Ataul Mustafa. I kindly request Sheikh 𝗶𝗵𝗵𝗷 for the prayer. Sheikh 𝗶𝗵𝗵𝗵𝗷, please come on stage for the prayer. Thank you. Either side.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم ارزقنا توفيق الطاعة وبعد المعصية وصدق النية وعرفان الحرمة وأكرمنا بالهدى والاستقامة وطهر بطوننا عن الحرام والشبهة واملأ قلوبنا بالمعرفة یا اللہ یا رحمان یا رحیم، تجھے تیری عظمت کا واسطہ، تجھے تیری رحمت کا واسطہ، تجھے تیرے حبیب کا واسطہ، تجھے تیرے حبیب کی پیاری آل کا واسطہ۔ بارش بھی آ رہی، دعا قبول ہونے کا وقت ہے۔ میرے پیارے ملک پاکستان پر اپنی رحمتیں نازل فرما۔ پاکستان جو اس وقت مشکل وقت سے گزر رہا ہے، تیرے سامنے تیرے حبیب کا واسطہ دے کر ہاتھ اٹھا کے درخواست کرتے ہیں، ہمارے پیارے ملک کو امن کا گہوارہ بنا، اس کی اقتصادی مشکلات کو حل فرما، ہمیں پاکستان کو صحیح معنی میں اسلامی مملک بنانے میں مدد فرما۔ پالنے والے سود اور یعنی فحاشی، ان تمام جرائم سے ہمیں پاک ہونے کی توفیق عطا فرما۔ پالنے والے علامہ ڈاکٹر طاہر القادری صاحب اور ان کے بیٹے پروفیسر ڈاکٹر حسین محی الدین اور ان کی پوری ٹیم کے، جنہوں نے دن اور رات ایک کر کے اس کانفرنس کو انجام دیا تاکہ اسلامی اقتصاد و اسلامی امور کو آگے بڑھایا جا سکے۔ پالنے والے ان کی کوششوں کو قبول فرما۔ پالنے والے ہماری اس نشست کو عبادت قرار دے اور اس کے ذریعے ہماری عاقبت کو سنوار دے، ہماری نسلوں کو اچھا مسلمان بننے کی توفیق عطا فرما دے، تجھ سے پیار اور محبت اور تیری عبادت کی لذت عطا فرما دے۔ پالنے والے تمام امت مسلمہ کو اتحاد اور وحدت کے ساتھ پرچم اسلام کو بلند کرنے کی توفیق عطا فرما دے. پالنے والے ہماری دعاؤں کو قبول فرما. پالنے والے بارش کے وقت میں ہم ایک دعا کر رہے ہیں. پالنے والے ہماری بہت سی بیٹیاں ہیں جن کے رشتے ابھی تک نہیں ہوئے ہیں. پالنے والے ان کے رشتے فراہم فرما دے. ہماری بیٹیوں کو پرامن پرسکون بہترین اسلامی ماحول میں زندگی گزارنے کی توفیق عطا فرما. منہاج یونیورسٹی اور اس کے خدمت گزاروں کو، اس کے اسپانسرز کو، ہر وہ شخص جو اس نیک کام میں آگے بڑھ رہا ہے اس کی توفیقات میں اضافہ فرما دے. ہم سے راضی ہو جا. ہم سب کی موت کو تیری محبت پر قرار دے. بحق محمد و آلہ الطاہرین. شکریہ.